For them, it is not early days yet. It is done. It's a done deal. If you're talking about early days, and so let's wait. We are talking about the two main political parties. For the minor political parties, they just came to accompany the two main political parties. It's a done deal for them.
Dr. Should we be looking at having a two-party state? Then at least we expect the usual thought of, a runoff.
I think that will not be fair. That would have been the ideal. But for now, I think we need a multiple. I mean, ideas must.
But you're not making anything. You get into the elections, you don't do anything.
That on this table, we have all agreed that if they have to make any meaning in our political, structure, what they can do is to come together. Especially, I mean, the easiest.
But if coming together is anything to go by, I mean, the votes they all get,
yes,
is sometimes less than 1%. Then clearly, coming together will give you that 1%.
No, who knows? Because they could repackage. You see, they could repackage themselves.
I'll get to all of you. Just hold on. Yes,
and then it's an ideology they will have to put forward for us to buy into. So if they come together, I believe strongly that, you see, already the Nkrumahs have a base. And if they have a base, they can perfect that particular ideology and then make it meaningful and relevant to the new generation now. Otherwise, we will still be dealing with MPP and DC. But I don't think it's fair.
Professor Norte, I mean, coming together, how would that change their fortunes?
I don't share the sentiments Doc is holding. I think a two-party state would have been perfect for us. Looking at, you see, the smaller parties, remember that when they do well, it obviously pushes the thing into a runoff. Yeah. So once they realize that they are not doing well, they align themselves with any of the two major parties. And straight away, it is a win for one party at a particular goal, and you will not go for a runoff, which will cost us money. So that's my thinking.
So we should have a two-party state?
Yeah, we should have a two-party state.
Yes, Mr. Ahim.
I think that if we really want the smaller parties to perform, and we want a multi-party state in this true sense of the word, then maybe the state should come in to fund parties. This thing sometimes came on board and it was debated and it died in National Day. Maybe the time has come again if we want them to come up. Because obviously, some of them would have done better if they had had a push.
And that would also be an avenue for more political parties.
Well, it could be, but of course there could be...
So more money from the state?
More money from the state, but at least you would always be able to get something better coming from them. Right now, some of them are so low in financing that they cannot move anywhere. You remember when they were asked to pay the filing fee? A lot of them were crying.
But they did.
But you were with the Electoral Commission. Many blame the Electoral Commission for some of these parties because clearly, you know, that they don't even meet the requirements, and yet they find themselves in there.
They find themselves in there because they think that... You remember those days when Dr. Freja was there, and this idea of getting the officers came up. He said, oh, they are too young, let them grow. Okay? 10 years they were not growing. And people are still of the opinion that why don't the state come in? In some African states, the state is funding them. But I agree with you that when you bring in the funding, I mean, you may have about 70 parties coming into, but there could be a limit.
That's the point. If Ghanaians believe in you, they would fund your political party.
The state can put a limit. Say in this country we would want to have maybe 20 parties, 25 parties. Then we'll be prepared. Then you make the ground even. Okay? So at least the other parties, the smaller ones, can also grow, have money to campaign very well.
But if you put a cap on it, you'll be preventing others from also exercising their democratic rights.
Yes, but if I can give you an example. In Lesotho, it was funded for them. It grew up to 70 parties.
In Lesotho?
Lesotho, yes.
70 parties?
70. Some of them, you could just gather about 500 of them under a shade of a tree. The state had to come in because they were not even accounting for the money that they were giving. You see, If you throw in the money, you must control it. The fact that we are to fund you doesn't mean that everybody just comes in and forms a party. When you are even about 30 or 40, 100 people, you form a party. There are some parties in this country right now, I know, that strictly speaking, if you want to gather their membership, you might not get 1,000. And yet they claim they are parties. But if they had the funding, they could have done better.
So far, I mean, every party that has gone into elections has had more than 1,000. And they register more than 1,000 members.
Well, I don't have the figures, but I would not be surprised a party may not get 1,000 people.
Because if I take the CPP, for instance, they hold...
No, CPP is different.
And all the parties, they hold, a polling station election. In the polling station election, people go and vote.
But do you know also that parties hire people to come for their congresses?
Rented people.
Rented people to come for congresses.
Well, I have one party in mind, but Professor Jampo, I saw you shaking your head. Clearly in disagreement.
The point is this. The IEA, for instance, has a draft public funding of political parties bill submitted way back in 2010 to the presidency. The idea of public funding of political parties was started somewhere in 2006 during J. Kufuor's time. He liked it. He didn't pass it into law. During Atta Mills' time, he liked it. When it was given to him, he said he pushed it to then Vice President John Mahama, and now we don't know the state. I mean, public funding of political parties is seen as a dangerous arsenal to political opponents. And so when political parties are in power, they develop cold feet towards it. When they are in opposition, they want it. But let me tell you this, giving you an insider information, the kind of public funding of political parties bill that has been prepared and submitted to the presidency is not that kind of bill that would encourage the proliferation of political parties. There are several requirements that one political party would have to meet to be able to access funding from it. And so it is not going to be an open sesame. It's not going to be like Mali. Mali has over 100 political parties. I mean, the fact that it is not going to be like that.
100.
It's not going to be like that at all.
But we have about 25, don't we?
No. Mali is over 104.
Yes, 25.
Mali is 104.
Let's go to 70.
With the population of 3
people
million.
take advantage of low situations, and as we try to draft that bill, we are aware. I mean, I knew some political parties who said that, I've spoken to some of them, who said that, the state itself, state funding or public funding has been around for long. Okay, it's just that it is not a colossal amount given to political parties. But if you remember, previously, I think apart from the up to 2008 election, the state was giving cars, vehicles to political parties. And I know some political party leaders who will say that, well, I know I'm not going to win. I'll still maintain my party in office so long as I'm going to get Tata vehicles or Niva vehicles and all that. But in drafting the public funding of political parties law, the screws have been well tightened such that it cannot encourage the proliferation of political parties. You have to meet certain standards. Put that aside. I see that what really is the situation, okay, it's not about really, even though I support public funding, it's not really about public funding. The framers of the 1992 Constitution knew why they said we should opt for a multi-party democracy. And we can really have a truly multi-party democracy if we have an election management body that is prepared to ensure that it would not play to the gallery. It will ensure that electoral rules are implemented. If the electoral rules are really implemented, tomorrow if you are forming a political party, you would ensure that you meet all the standards, you meet all the qualifications. You have branches in 2/3 of the districts of the country, you file your returns, you disclose your source of funding, and you do all those things. In fact, it is some of these things that you do that show seriousness in the minds of many people, including the voters. But you see, we have created a very lax situation. If Kodjo Afarijan at one point in time said we have to let them grow, we cannot. If you give birth to a child and 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, he's not growing. 10 years, he's not growing. 20 years, he's not growing. And what sort of child? You should kill the child.
You should kill the child. But in this case, we won't kill that child. We need to cross over to the news hub. We're told that some breaking news, and so Alfred, Bright, and Portia, take it from here.
All right, so Winston, thank you very much. We come here back to the News Hub. We have some breaking news coming in from the Bongo constituency. We have information that there's been some skirmishes involving the NPP parliamentary candidate in the Bongo constituency, Gabriel Agana. He's the NPP parliamentary candidate. Let's get some details of what exactly has happened. And Samuel Mbura is our correspondent there in the Bongo constituency. Samuel, thank you very much. Now, give us details of exactly what's happened involving the NPP parliamentary candidate for the Bongo constituency, Gabriel Agana.
Yeah, after the close of polls, the information I'm picking on the ground is that the MPP parliamentary candidate, Mr. Gabriel Agana, went to the Zoko area, specifically the Zoko going polling station in the Bongo constituency, where he, according to him, he had information that there were no security officials. I was there earlier in the day, but there was one fire service woman that was stationed at that particular area. So according to the parliamentary candidate, he went there to find out what was actually going on. He went there in the company of two other people. So upon arrival, that some mob actually, according to some mob attacked him. Leading to some bruises that he has sustained and some lacerations on his knees there. We just came from the hospital where he has been treated. I spoke with the medical superintendent where he tells me there were some physical attacks actually on him, and then it was general body weakness. So he has treated him and discharged him. He's currently at the Bongo District Police Station to lodge a complaint. But the constituency chairman is here with me, Honorable Peter Yembesa. He was also monitoring the election somewhere when he heard of that. I'll just talk to him briefly. Because we understand the PC has actually lost some valuables in his car that the chairman will tell us more. Chairman, you're live on TV3. Tell us more. What do you know about this particular attack?
Thank you very much, Sammy, and good evening to your cherished viewers and listeners. Yes, it was reported on radio throughout the region that Go Market Square, there was no security at that polling station. So towards the end of the polls, the parliamentary candidate decided to go and witness count over there because there was no security agency there. So he got there and he entered the quite that they have barricade. And people started taking shots of him. The question why they were taking shots of him, and they suddenly asked about why they were taking shots of him. They pounced on him, started beating him, slapped him, and he had to run for his dear life. In the process of running, they slapped him, they stoned him, he fell several times, and he was beaten seriously, and his pockets were broken into. Big private vehicle he was using at that time was broken into. So many valuables were taken from him.
All right. So what do you suspect as a party, and what are you going to do next?
This, I think, is a calculated plan. This is an organized crime, masterminded by the parliamentary candidates of
So Samuel, if you can hear me, this, as you say, the Gabriel Agana, the parliamentary candidate of the NPP in that Bongo constituency, is at the Bongo police station to report this matter. Let's wait to hear from the police as this complaint is launched and investigation eventually launch into this particular case. So thank you for that update. So that's the situation in the Bongo constituency where Gabriel Agana, who is the MPP parliamentary candidate there. So let's see, the police has been invited into this matter. We'll see how investigations will end with this matter. Let's cross over to the nerve center of the Election Command Center. Winston Amwa, take it over from there and you continue with the discussion.
Alfredo Kanse for that breaking news in the Bongo constituency. I still have my guest with me this evening. I still have Dr. S.B. Ofe, who is director of the Drolla Center for Strategic Leadership at the University of Professional Studies, Accra, to my immediate right. And then Professor N.N. Norte, who is a statistician at the University of Ghana, and then Professor Ransford Jampo, who is political scientist, also at the University of Ghana, and then Albert Kofi Ahin is former director of elections of the Electoral Commission. So we're talking about how peaceful the whole process has been. Mr. Ahin, this is an aspiring member of parliament who goes to a polling center and then is attacked by some people. I don't know what your thoughts are.
Yes, it's very unfortunate, but you will agree with me that we have not been given details of what actually went in there. What did he go there to do? The details are not given, but if the details are not even given, I don't think he has to be attacked that way. I mean, it doesn't matter whether he's going to find out about results or something. You don't have to attack him. The law is there. If he has, caused any infraction.
But as parliamentary aspirant, he can go around.
Yes, he has every right. He has every right.
He was going around and he's been attacked.
Yes, and that is not good enough. That's why I'm saying that whoever did that should be ashamed of himself or herself, because a parliamentary candidate has the right, with the spouse and everybody, to visit the polling stations. And I don't know what he did and he was attacked. Maybe the details should come later for us to know. If he was also on the offensive, maybe that was why he had that problem. But it is scanty now. You don't know what he actually went there to do. But it is not right for the attack to be on him.
Dr. Ofer.
I share in that sentiment. I think in any form of violence or whatever, I mean, it's not right.
Okay.
But then what I heard was, he just has some bruises. On a lighter note, I think that these elections would have been dull if nobody had. Nobody.
Well, nobody had. Well, I'm not sure we'd have been saying the same thing if you were the one.
It was the one that,
Nobody had. But I think I don't think that. I mean, in any form, I don't think violence around elections shouldn't be entertained at all.
All right, so I'll come to you, Professor Naughty and Professor Jampo, but we need to go for a short break now. This is your Election Command Center. We're definitely the specialist, and we're bringing you everything you need to know about the election. We go for a short break. Stay with us. We'll be right back after the break.
It's yeah, sure. It could be his winning and
All right, so welcome back to your election command center. We continue the unbridled coverage of this election 2016. Results trickling in thick and fast. We have enough to do the analysis, as I say, the superior analysis on this platform. And the one to do is, as you saw earlier on, flexing his skill on the touch screen. Martin Esiedu that is joining us with the figures to do the analysis at the moment. Martin, great to have you once again.
Yes. In the next few minutes, you can trust TV3 to start bringing in some constituency results, because in the last hour and a half, the little drops of polling station results is collecting into whole figures. So in the next few minutes, if you want to know who is winning and who is losing constituency base, then you'd want to stay with TV3. But a lot of polling station results are coming in. We just want you to see a few. And those of you with your pens and papers and want to do some mathematics, you might want to start writing these down. So we have this from the Garu Timpani constituency, specifically the Garu Catholic JHS. And these are the results. Preston Mahama got 312 votes, and Nana Akufo-Addo got 179 votes. Edward Mahama of the PNC got 3, Ivor Greenstreet got 2, and then Parkwesi Ndum PPP, he had 4. Independent candidate got 0, Nana Kunedo Ajimarolis got 0, and that is how it's looking like. The independent candidate, as I mentioned, also got 0. Again, the next constituency, the next polling station would be in the Sutifi South constituency, CMB Shield polling station. Nana Akufo-Addo seemed to have taken quite a commanding lead in this particular polling station. He got 300, as against President Mahama's 41. Nana Kunedu, Papa Kwesi Indum got 1 each. And then also the next polling station we'll go to, which is in the Sutifi North constituency, would be the Old Court polling station. Nana Akufo-Addo got 188. Preston Mahama got 39, 1 for Papa Kwesi Indum, the rest got 0. Next polling station, Central Mosque in at the Tamale Central constituency. Presidential, Preston Mahama got 101, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo got 363, Papa Kwesi Indum got 1, Ivor Greenstreet got 0, and the rest got 0 as well. Sunyai Bakoniaba Center A, which is a polling station. Preston Mahama, 109. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, 251. Jacob Osei-Yeboah, independent candidate, got 1. Papa Kwesi Ndum, PPP, got 0. And that is what it's looking like. And as Sutifi North, again, Anglican primary polling station. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo got 336. Preston Mahama got 101. Papa Kwesi of the PPP got 2. Ivor Greenstreet got 0, and all the other candidates got 0 as well. We go to Bongo, Fumbisi Market Square. It is a polling station. These are the figures we have. Preston Mahama, 319. Then Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, 109. Edward Mahama, PNC, got 24. Papa Kwesi Indum got 4. And that is what it is looking like. But right there at that polling station, seems that Ivor Greenstreet of the CPP managed to have 2 people to vote for him. The rest got 0. Okay, away from Bongo, let's go to Nadoli Kaleo constituency, specifically the fire station. And Preston Mahama got 222. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo of the NPP got 106. Jacob Osei-Yeboah, the independent candidate, probably did well at this particular polling station, got 2, better than that of Edward Mahama of the PNC. And Nana Kunedu also got 1. The rest got 0. Again, we go to, let's come down to the middle part of the country, Cape Coast. Ankafo Maximum Security Prison. Nana Akufo-Addo got 122, Preston Mahama 207, and then the remaining party candidates got 0 each. Ankafo Main Prison, and then Preston Mahama got 15, Nana Akufo-Addo got 17, Ivor Greenstreet 1, and then the remaining candidates got 0. And then also we move on, still staying in Cape Coast, but this time around to the Cape Coast South constituency. Brofi Edru, Post Office A. Preston Mahama, 292. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, 203. Papa Kwesi Indum, 3. And the remaining candidates, 0. Again, another constituency still at Brofiedru, Post Office B. President Mahama, 289. Nana Akufo-Addo, 187. Papa Kwesi Indum, 3. Edward Mahama, 1. And it looks like the others managed 0. And our next constituency would be Ablekuma West, coming to Greater Accra now. Home Care Nursery 2 polling station. John Dramani Mahama, President, got 88. Nana Danko Akufo-Addo of the NPP got 182. Papa Kwesi Indum, 9. Ivor Green Street, 1. And looks like that will be it for that particular constituency. Ningo Pram Pram, where you would recall Ningo Pram Pram, one of the polling stations there for the presidential votes. Ariam DA Primary School, President Mahama has managed 431, Nana Akufo-Addo 93, the remaining candidates 1 each. And well, 1 each up until Jacob Osayebo, the independent candidate who got 0. Away from that, let's go to Ablekuma West, Home Care Nursery 1B. Nana Akufo-Addo seemed to have managed 333. President Mahama 197. Ivor Green Street 2. Papa Kwesi Indum 4. And that will be it for that particular constituency polling station. Okaikwe North, St. Anthony of Padua Preparatory Primary School. And President Mahama got 344, Nana Akufo-Addo got 333, 1 for Ivor Green Street, 1 for Dr. Indum of the PPP. And then Extra Morale Polling Station A in Ablekuma West constituency. Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo had 384, President Mahama 135, Papa Kwesi Indum 3, Nana Konedo Ajiman Rawlings 1. And the results are still coming in, so we certainly want you to stay with TV3 because as they come in, we'll bring it to you and try to make sense of it. Before we go though, Joaboso constituency, Bonsu DC Primary A, President Mahama 189, NPP 177, Indum of the PPP, Dr. Indum, 3, Nana Konedu 1, and then we go to Bonsu B, President Mahama 222, Akufo-Addo 185, 2 for Ivor Green Street, 1 for Nana Konedo Ajiman Rawlings, and Joaboso JSS A. This another one, 176 for President Mahama, 221 for Nana Akufo-Addo, 1 each for the remaining candidates. So we want you to stay with us. The results keep coming in. We'll keep putting it in and be tiling it for you. And when we get constituency results, which are definitely more chunky and bigger, then we can start seeing the color scheme of the map of Ghana, whether it's tilting green or tilting blue. Yes, and then who will have a better Christmas than who. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be back with the figures.
Thank you very much, Martin. All right, we're grateful there for your time. Now, let's shift focus to the Ayawaso East constituency in the Greater Accra region here. The Coalition Center is now busy with activities there. Pakusi Asare is there and has been following closely how the coalition is being done. Pakusi, good evening once again, and tell us what's happening there.
Coalition Center here in Accra, and specifically we are at the Nima Police Station, where a number of polling station officials as well as electoral officers are here to eventually come to a compromise on the constituency figures for this year's elections. I've been trying to interact with the presiding officer here, and he tells me there's quite a bit of work to do. He's going to do a whole recount of the votes as well as the collation of the polling stations one by one. We're told currently that there are close to 87 polling centers in the Ayawaso East constituency, and so it's going to take a bit of time to eventually come to a consensus on the eventual parliamentary winner or the presidential winner for this year's elections. Quite a number of people are gathered here. As you can see, we've got presiding officers, we've got party agents, we've got a few party supporters here also coming to witness the collation of the results. And you know that the Nima police station is quite close to the residence of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who's a presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party. And so even in his house, there are quite a number of NPP supporters who are clad in party paraphernalia, who are already excited about results coming in from the various constituencies. We cannot independently verify these results that are coming in. Would have to wait on the Electoral Commission for the true and certified results, which should be coming in later, possibly from tomorrow morning and onwards. So as we're told right now by the presiding officer, the final results for Ayawaso East constituency are likely to come in sometime around 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. thereabouts, because there's a lot of work to be done until we eventually arrive at the collation of the figures. A number of the polling stations are coming in with their results. We don't have the full 87 now. We're still having them come in bit by bit, and so hopefully by 12 a.m., by 1 a.m., we should have a final figure on the final or the eventual winner for the presidential as well as the parliamentary candidates for the Ayawaso East constituency. All right.
Sorry, there from the Nima police station. That's the coalition center for the Ayawaso East.
A lot of the polling stations, there was quite a bit of smooth sailing process. You didn't have a lot of the uncertainties that have often greeted elections. This time around, it was quite peaceful. A lot of people had the chance to vote peacefully, to go through the biometric process and the verification process through to their BVD machines, and everything went on so well. After the voting, there was counting at the various polling stations. Currently, the party agents as well as the electoral officials have had to carry the ballot boxes to the collation center right here at the Nima police station. Very shortly, with the consensus of the presiding member as well as the various party agents, will begin the counting of results, which is a collation of the results for the entire Ayawaso East constituency. And like I mentioned earlier on, hopefully by 12 a.m. or 1 a.m. we'll know who is winning this seat, especially for the parliamentary as well as the presidential.
Because if you can hear me, do you have all ballot boxes there at the moment? Right, Pakusi, sorry, can't hear me from the Ayawaso East Collation Center, but at least we'll know that between 12 and 1 a.m. it is likely the collation would have been completed, and whoever gets the nod to go to Parliament from that constituency, and whoever also get the nod to be the President of Ghana would have been known by then. We'll follow closely that and get you more information on that. This is your election command center. The figures are still trickling in slowly, very, very slowly. We're making all effort to make sure that we get you the correct figures. That's why they're trickling in gradually. But we're telling you these are not certified results. They are provisional ones, and the EC is the authority that will get us all the certified results. Now, let's quickly jump from the Greater Accra region and move on to the Bono-Ahafo region, where Catherine Frimpoma is there at the Coalition Center. Early on, she's told us some of the ballots have been collated, or some of the figures have been collated, and she even said that the incumbent member of Parliament was in the lead. Now, Catherine, good evening once again. Has the situation changed?
Yes, right. We are still here at the Sinyani East Constituency Collation Center, and I would run by you the results for the presidential so far. Out of the 166 polling stations, we have 19 results collated so far. We are still waiting for 147. But quickly, the 19 centers that have been collated, let me run by you in order of their appearance on the ballot paper. And Ivor Kobina Green Street for the CPP has 4 votes so far. and that is representing 0.08%. And then followed by Nana Kunedu Ajaman Rollins of the NDP, who has only 1 vote from the 19 polling centers, and that is representing 0.02%. Then John Dramani Mahama of the NDC is having 1,559 votes, representing 30.49%, followed by Papa Kosi Indum of the PPP, who has 46 votes, representing 0.90%. We have Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo of the NPP, having 3,428 votes, representing 67.04%, and Edward Nasigri Mahama of PNC has 3 votes, representing 0.06%, and the last person on the ballot, who is the independent candidate, has 14 votes so far, representing 0.27%. So that's the results collated so far from 19 polling stations in the Sunyani East constituency. We are currently awaiting the arrival of 147 polling stations to update viewers as and when they come in.
Catherine, before you go, do you have information as to when the rest of these boxes or the presiding officers are likely to come in with the figures for the final collation?
Currently, most of the presiding officers are already here at the collation center, just that they are now keying in the results. And so we are outside monitoring from the screen, and so it is being updated as and when they key in new results.
I see. So hopefully in an hour or two, we will see the final results.
Yes, from what we are getting, almost all the polling stations are in now. Almost all the presiding officers are here at the collation center, and so we are just hoping that in the next hour.
Catherine Frimpong is in the collation center in the Sunyani East constituency. 19 out of 166 were told are out now, waiting for the rest so that we can have the final figure. Portia will take you to the Western region, to the Takrady Coalition Center, and Edmond Frimpong is there. Posh.
Good evening, Edmond Frimpong. Hello, Edmond.
Hello.
I'm sure you have some results for us.
Yes, I've been able to gather some results from some polling stations I've visited so far in the Takrady constituency here in the Western region.
Hello, Edmond.
Hello?
Can you please pick up loudly?
Hello?
Edmond.
Hello, yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, go ahead with the results.
Oh, okay. So, Takrady constituency, neighborhood center, presidential CPP 0, NDP 2, NDC 1, 2, 3, PPP 7, NPP 240, that is 240, PNC 0, independent 1, rejected ballot for the presidential is 6. Parliamentary, we have only 3 candidates who contested for the parliamentary here in Takrady constituency. Okay. PPP 9, NDC 127, NPP 241. Total number of votes are 379. Rejected ballot for presidential is 6, and rejected ballot for parliamentary 3. That is for the neighborhood center. Now we go to the Star of the Sea Cathedral, that is the Roman Catholic School. Presidential, PPP 0, NDP 0, NDC 122, PPP 11, NPP 295, PNC 1, Independent 0. Rejected ballot for presidential is 2. Parliamentary, South of the Sea, PPP 4, NDC 118, NDC 118, NPP 308, NPP 308. Total number of votes cast 431. Rejected ballot for presidential is 2, and that of the parliamentary is 1. Now we go to the All Saints JHS A, also in the Takrady constituency. Presidential, CPP 0, NDP 1, NDC 91, PPP 3, NPP 268, PNC 0, Independent 0.
Rejected ballot for the presidential is 2. We go to the parliamentary. PPP 2, PPP 2, NDC 90, NDC 90, NPP 268, NPP 268. Rejected is 3. We go to All Saints JHS B. Presidential CPP 2, NDP 0, NDC 94, NDC 94, PPP 4, NPP 263, NPP 263, PNC 0, Independent 0. There was no rejected ballot for the presidential. Parliamentary PPP 7, NDC 85, NPP 270. Rejected ballot 1. Total number of votes cast 363 for all states GHSB. We go to Presby Primary B. Presidential CPP 0, NDP 1, NDC 85, PPP 3, NPP 261, NPP 261, PNC 0, Independent 1, rejected ballot 0. Parliamentary PPP 3, NDC 80, NDC 80, NPP 263. Rejected ballot for parliamentary is 4. Total number of votes cast is 351 for the polling station. We go to Presby JHS. Presidential CPP 1, NDP 0, NDC 36, NDC John Dramani Mahama 36, PPP 3, NPP 120, NPP 120, PNC 0, Independent 0, rejected ballot 0. Parliamentary PPP 3, NDC 42, NPP 114, NPP 114, rejected 1. We go to the Presby Primary A. CPP 0, NDP 0, NDC 129, PPP 6, NPP 355, NPP 355, PNC 0, Independent 2, rejected 0. And the parliamentary PPP 6, NDP 128, NPP 356. We go to taxi rank of secondary taxi rank also in the Takwade constituency. CPP 2, NDP 0, NDC 124, NDC 124, PPP 7, NPP 292, PNC 0, Independent 1, Parliamentary, and PPP 8, NDC 127, NDC 127, NPP 286, rejected ballot 62. Yes, so that's so far that is the result I'm able to gather on the ground.
And when are we expecting to get the rest of the results?
Okay, that's it. So currently I'm at the collation center, this is collation center, where I'll bring business up to speed on the certified results for the tax allocation in about an hour's time. So we are currently at the collation.
All right, thank you very much, Edmond Frimpong. And let me hand over to Alfred, and Selom is standing by.
Absolutely. So Selom Amenya is standing by now. Let's get details of exactly what the provisional results that he has for us from that particular constituency where he is at the moment. This is your election command center as we give you the coverage of the elections ongoing now. So quickly, we'll link up to Selom Amenya shortly to give us details. Now, Selom, if you can hear me, if you have any provisional results, if you could just give us the detail. Hello, Selom.
Yeah.
Please, if you have any of the provisional results, if you could just give us the details.
Yes, we have results coming in from. I'm coming. Okay, we have results coming in from a place they call Abadre, that is in Akati South constituency. And over there for presidential, NDC had 187, MPP had 39, CPP pulled 1, PPP 2, NDP 0, PNC 1, and then Independent had 2. And then there's another constituency polling center around Zuta. Presidential
NDC had 339, MPP had 29, PNC had 1, independent candidate had 2, and then PPP had 3. CPP and NDP had 0. And when you go to Goni Copper presidential, NDC had 179, PPP had 7, CPP had 4, NDP had 0, PNC had 1, independent candidate had 2, and then NPP had 126. Now let me bring you to the second most populated constituency in the Volta region, and I am talking about the whole central constituency. Specifically, I want to look at the STC Terminus polling center. And over here we had a total registered voter number of 2,038. And because of this, they split it into 3. That is A, B, C. And for presidential, NDC had a total of 958. That is putting together the centers A, B, and C. NDC had 958, which represented about 86.56%. And MPP had 160, which represents about 13.5%. But currently, we are at the collation center. Counting is over at most of the polling centers. So we officials are currently bringing in the ballot boxes and other equipment. And I can tell you that with 168 constituencies, it's going to be a long night. They even have to queue to ensure that every item they are bringing in is accepted before collation begins. So that is what is happening here in the whole central constituency.
Salam, thank you very much. Salam Amenya is in the whole central constituency, and rightly so. These are provisional results coming in, and he's at the coalition center as we speak to get the certified results. And if you look at the margin, even with this provisional results, it's expected, right? And the boss, isn't it? You have 339 against 29, 187 against 17. And you can see the same reflection of the provisional results we're getting from the Ashanti region as well there. The margin is not that wide if you look at what's happening in the central region and in the western region, because there's no clear majority of the NDC and the NPP.
I am getting worried about some trends that I am noticing. I'm hoping that it is not a general thing. Because a few of the constituencies, for instance, Salam Amenye's constituency that he just spoke about, the whole central, now he told us that it has a voter population of 2,038. Now, if the figures he gave out, if we put all together, it looks like there was just a 50% voter turnout for the constituency. But we wait to see when all of the figures are put together first. But for me, it's a bit worrying there.
Interestingly, I have some results from the whole East constituency. Polling station 1, NPP 650, NPP 650, NDC 1,074, NDC 1,074, PPP 96. PPP 96, and that's coming from whole East constituency polling station 1. At the polling station 2, NPP 335, NPP 335, NDC 994, independent candidate 64, and it looks like the other parties are making inroads over there in the whole East constituency.
No, it's interesting if this provisional result and the whole is, you look at PPP 96 there. Well, if you juxtapose that with the performance of the PPP in that constituency, the same in 2012, this is an improvement. In 2012, they didn't cross 30 there in the whole East constituency. So if this provisional result is anything to go by, this particular polling station results is a reflection of an increase of the PPP's performance provisionally. as we have it by this results. I have the Saba Road Harvard presidential provisional results. The Saba Road Harvard is here in the Greater Accra region. NPP, that's NDC 133, NPP 270, rejected 2. ATTC polling station A. ATTC polling station A here in the Greater Accra region. Presidential provisional CPP 1, NDP 1, NDC 162, PPP 6, NPP 312. That's for the presidential provisional at the ATTC polling station A. When you come to the parliamentary provisional for the ATTC polling station A, CPP 1, NDP did not record anything at all, 0. NDC 151, PPP 5, NPP 325. If you go to the Alajo Central Mosque 1C polling station for presidential, CPP 1, NDC 120, NPP 317, rejected 4. For same for parliamentary, NDC 126, NPP 315. That's for the Alajo Central Mosque 1C polling station. So,
some provisional results from the Isikuma Catholic JHSA provisional results for presidential candidates, and CPP 1, NDP 0, NDC 122, PPP 6, NPP 264, PNC 0, independent candidates 0, rejected ballots 12.
Great. Now, so let's go over to Rabiu Al-Hassan Mohammed. He's joined us via Skype now. Rabiu, if you can hear us, tell us where exactly you are and what's happening where you are. Hello, Rabiu, if you can hear us, we can see you, but if you can hear us, tell us where exactly you are and what's happening where you are, Rabiu. Okay, so we seem to have lost Rabiu there. We'll try to get him back on Skype just to give us details. But we know he's stationed in the Medina constituency.
And he was at the Coalition Center at the Presec school. We'll try and get him back on the screen, and he will tell us what's happening. The coalition, we're told, has started at some centers, some coalition centers across the country. And that's what we're trying hard to get you some collated results from these constituencies, but some more polling station results.
Yes, and Isikuma Catholic JHSB provisional results for presidential candidates: CPP 1, NDP 0, NDC 132, PPP 5, NPP 244, PNC 0, independent candidates 0, rejected ballots 4.
That's good.
And let's go to the Tolon constituency and Waribogo Kukuo LA primary, CPP 1, NDP 0, NDC 232, PNC 0, NPP 233, PPP 0, independent presidential candidates 0, and it was close between the NDC and the NPP.
Absolutely.
NDC 232, NPP 233.
And you see the trend repeating itself in some of these, what we call the swing regions, because if you look at the Ejumako Enyan Esiam constituency, the number of polling stations there is 134. Numbers of voters expected to vote there was 69,151.
Right.
But for the Jumako Catholic Church polling station, presidential, NPP 260, provisional NPP 260, NDC 108, PPP 2, CPP 0, NDP 1, PNC 0, and independent candidate 0, rejected 4. For parliamentary, provisional for that same Ejumako Catholic Church polling station, NPP 237, NDC 135, PPP 1, CPP 1, NDP 0, rejected 1. The Jumako Methodist Church. We go from the Catholic Church polling station to the Methodist Church polling station in the Jumako Presidential. NPP 256, NDC 95, CPP 1, PNC 1, PPP 2, Independent 0, NDP 0, rejected 3.
All right. Now, from the central region, let's touch base in the northern region, precisely the Tamale Central constituency, because Godfred Tanam has some more update for us early on. He's told us of what's happening there and some results certainly dropping in Tamale South. Pardon me for saying Tamale Central. Tamale South. In the northern region. Tanam, exactly what's happening there?
For the documents to be verified and then calculated by the officials. So this is what is happening here. There are a lot of people gathered here who have coming to present their documents and then return whatever have been given to them when polls started in the morning, and then everything has been collated, everything has been put down on the pink sheet, and they are here to present to the officials. So gradually they are putting the figures together to make sure that at the end of the day they will get the figure for all the police stations from the Tamale South constituency. So that is what is happening here exactly this night.
Right, we lost Godfred Tanam there, but he is at the collation center there in the Tamale South constituency, and you could see, or you saw the document of these persons, officers, presiding officers precisely, who are now coming in for the collation to begin. We'll get back to Godfred and let you in on what's happening there. But this is your election command center. The figures trickling in. We're yet to make real sense out of the figures coming in, but we're still waiting for the collation centers for them to put their act together, and then we'll get to the real action. But some polling station figures are still dropping in.
Yes, yes, Portia has it. But then you know that we still have to get a conclusive picture with 29,992 polling station results. Now here at your election command center, we have 123 polling station results out of the 29,992. So we have a long way to go. We're far away from any conclusion or giving us a clear picture of what's happening, but clearly the results are trickling in thick and fast, and Portia has a lot of them, and also
so
have
let's
the
go
one
to the western region, to the secondary constituency, Zongo Market A polling station, a provisional result, NDC 227, PPP 4, CPP 2, NPP 184, PNC 1, NDP 1, Independent Presidential Candidate 1, as well as NDP 1. Alfred?
Well, so let's cross over to the nerve center of the election command center, where we have the guests together with Winston Amwa there to continue the analysis of the issues as reported so far. Winston, if you can hear me, take it over from the command center.
All right, so thank you very much, Alfred Okansi, and welcome to your election command center. So the results are still coming in, and well, more of the same, more of the same, more of the same. I still have here with me Dr. Ofe, who is director of the Drolo Center for Strategic Leadership at the University of Professional Studies here in Accra, at my immediate right, and then Professor N.N. Norte is a statistician at the University of Ghana, and then Professor Ransford Jampo is a political scientist also at the University of Ghana, and then former director of the Electoral Commission in charge of elections, that's Albert Kofi Ahin. So let me start off with you, Professor Norte. More of the same results, nothing new.
It looks similar, and I don't know, we will not be able to come up with a clear picture now, but it looks obvious that the smaller parties have not come to the party. The two giant political parties are actually neck to neck. And let's see how it pans out when we get the full picture.
Exactly, we'll see how it pans out when we get the full picture. But Mr. Ahen, listening to the new results, anything that has changed for you?
No, it's still the two parties that are dominating. And let's see what happens tomorrow. You cannot speak for the smaller parties because they are not in the picture at all. They're not.
Well, it's still early days yet. Dr. Ofe, maybe the smaller parties would come to the party by tomorrow, particularly from the central region for the PPP. Who knows?
No, I doubt it. I doubt it. I think that is a two-horse race for the two big parties, NDC and PP. And so I think that maybe I won't conclude, but I think that they will better do their homework and come next time.
Professor Jampo, any constituency that you have special interest in?
Well, I want to see what happens in my own constituency, Medina, Bokobi, and then also my hometown, Fantaman. I haven't heard about these two. I'm passionate about
Medina, Bokobi, that's Amadou Sorogo and Boniface.
And Boniface, I want to know what's happening there. And then also in Fantaman, I don't know what's happening there. But generally, as my colleagues have rightly indicated, I believe the flag bearers and leaders of the two main political parties are sitting on tenterhooks. It's not a comfortable situation at all. When it becomes a neck-to-neck race like that, you are unable to know whether you are winning or you are losing. But in the final analysis, one person will win, one person will be disappointed. I don't envy them at all. I'm sure they should, the leaders, the flag bearers of these parties, I think their handlers should handle them very well, calm them, because it's not a comfortable situation at all. It's too close and you don't know what will happen. And so in order to avoid casualties, I think their handlers should handle them very well, give them all the assurances, and let them know that it could go either way. There will be no two presidents elected in Ghana. One will win, one will lose. But for now, it is very close, and I can feel the way, the unease. I'm not with them, but I believe that
you're feeling it yourself.
Yeah, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it, and I think it's not easy. But that's the route they've chosen to go. They want to lead us, and so we can only sympathize with them. They will have to be patient, and like I said, their handlers will have to do very good job on them to ensure that they are calm, and then they should be alive to celebrate their victory or to accept their defeat.
Mr. Hein, you feel the same? You feel that same?
I share the same sentiments. They should be handled well because it's quite close, and we don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. But if we should follow the same trend, then they should be handled carefully.
All right, so we need to be wrapping up, starting off with you, Dr. Ofe. Finally, having followed the whole process, what will be your closing thoughts?
My closing thought is that is this particular election, people thought it was going to be a make or break election. I think that we have put too much pressure on ourselves. I will advise that in future we should know that it's only election, and we have two outcomes. We don't have more than two. We have it's either you lose or you win. So people should brace themselves and know that yes, elections are not a do and die affair. After the elections, people must leave, and we should all know that we are building a nation. If we are building a nation, then what we need to do is that these are processes that will bring up leaders. We only have to tap into their competencies, whatever they have, we all support. It doesn't matter who wins this particular election. All of us should know that, yes, we have a nation to keep, and that is Ghana.
Professor Notte, finally.
Yeah. I think it's been wonderful. The stakes was very much high, and I thought the skirmishes would have escalated the thing into something else. But so far, so good. Let's see what happens tomorrow.
Well, definitely we'll know what would happen tomorrow. Professor Jampo, finally.
Well, the process today has been smooth. The processes prior to today were bedeviled with several challenges. But in my view, these challenges are not enough to undermine the credibility of our whole electoral process. And so I am happy. Let it be known to the bogus international media reporters who are always out there interested in painting us black, that we've come of age and that their attempt to always put us black out there would not always hold water. Again, by tomorrow, we'll be able to know who will win. Let the one who will win be careful in the celebration, and then also let the one who will lose be magnanimous and in conceding defeat. And let, at the end of the day, Ghana continue to shine as the beacon of democracy in the Africa region.
You have the final words, Albert Kofi.
Yes, I would say that we say kudos to the EC for a job well done. Not only EC, but the security agencies. Hitherto, everybody was saying that it's going to be murkier. Everybody was afraid that something was going to happen, especially judging from the special voting that went on. People were afraid that they might even go there not finding their names. But this has not come to pass. So we say kudos to everybody, all those stakeholders who all took part in this election. They all done very well. We have to congratulate. Ghana is the winner.
Ghana indeed is the winner. Thank you very, very much, Dr. S.B. Ofe, who's director of the Drolo Center for Strategic Leadership at the University of Professional Studies here in Accra, Professor N.N. Notte, a statistician at the University of Ghana, and Professor Ransford Jampo, a political scientist also at the University of Ghana, and then finally Albert Kofi Ayen, former director of elections at the Electoral Commission and now national coordinator of CODEO, for joining us this evening on your election command, the NEF Center of the election. This is definitely where you have to be. Everything you need to know about the elections. We've promised you that you will be the first to break it when it happens. And so as the results start coming in, we're sure in the next hour or so would begin knowing the constituency results. And by the time we wrap up, you definitely would know who has been declared president-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I am Winston Amwa. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. And I would see you, or you could listen to me tomorrow on 3FM 92.7 as we continue with, the discussions. Alfred standing by and will be taking over. Alfred, over to you.
Well, so Winston, thank you from the NEF Center of the Election Command Center. Let's go quickly onto the telephone because we are getting reports of some skirmishes in the Madina constituency. And Rabiu Al-Hassan is joining on the telephone. Rabiu, if you can hear me, what's happening exactly where you are at the moment?
Okay, so I'm currently at the Presley Boys Senior High School, and let me give you some facts. As I lay the ground for our viewers to understand and also our listeners to understand what really is happening here. Now, the contest between the NDC and the MPP has heated up. It looks like the supporters of the MPP were confident that they were winning, but the situation all of a sudden became chaotic when the police officials, that the police and military officials who have been stationed there, went behind the coalition center and arrested one gentleman. I understand that a vehicle that had some ballot papers, some ballot boxes and ballot papers that were coming in from one polling station. Instead of bringing the material straight into the coalition center, they came to station the vehicle right behind the coalition center. So it generated some apprehension, and supporters of the MPP went out to ask why the bus was facing behind the collation center instead of ensuring that the materials were brought into the collation center. And it looked like there were some people were pushing the bus, and the police officials and the military officials quickly started arresting some of them. Up and now, one person has been arrested. He has been handcuffed. And it looks like the parliamentary candidates on the ticket of the MPP, in the person of Abubakar Bonike, he has stepped in trying to calm them. But the situation is getting out of hand, and the military officials are stamping their foot on the ground to ensure that there's peace and order here. So that is the situation I can report from the collation center. That's the Presbyterian Boys High School. It looks like the situation is getting out of hand, and if the security agencies are listening, it will be possible they maybe send in some reinforcements because the situation is getting out of hand.
Military is there as well to complement the security there. Is that the case? And if it is, what are they doing about the situation now?
Okay. Initially, I counted about 5 military personnel who were deployed here. It looks like immediately the situation started, they managed to should I say something? They managed to take part of the team, and it looks like now they are trying to calm them, and they are telling the people who are gathered in here, if they are not careful, they would apply force. And currently, I can see he is trying to engage the security personnel. The military officials are warning the people gathered in here to go back, or else they would apply force. So that is the situation currently here at the Presbyterian Boys Senior High School. And as I said, it will be important that some reinforcement is sent in here because the situation might possibly be out.
Okay, but then as we can imagine, the crowd will be building up because of the word going out now. How is the security ensuring that at least that particular coalition center is at least cordoned off to prevent the crowd from encroaching into that area?
If I get you very well, now the coalition center is the assembly hall of the Presbyterian Boys Senior High School. And so, this is how the coalition center. There is a high table where officials are stationed. The frontage of the has been barricaded, where all those who are in there are not supposed to get close to the high table. Officials of the EC are conducting the collation.
Okay.
Figures that are coming in from the various police stations. As the figures come from the police stations, they feed it into the and it's projected onto a huge screen. So for all in here, they are able to see them in real time as and when they come in. But the disturbances that I'm reporting, it's happening outside the.
Okay.
It looks like the security officials.
Right.
They have to pick out of the street. They manage to stay outside.
Okay, so we seem to be having some challenges with the telephone there. We're getting a bit cranky there. But then I think that the detail of what's happening at the Presec Coalition Center in the Medina constituency is clear. Some skirmishes there. Rabil paints the picture that there has to be a reinforcement called to complement the security personnel there at the moment. And so I think that just as you're watching us right here on your election command center, would want to plead that the security would also make their way there and beef up the security of the Presec Coalition Center as we speak at the moment, where there's been some skirmishes there as a result of some misunderstanding of the situation.
From the Medina constituency, let's go to the La Dade Kotopon constituency, where we understand there's also some sort of confusion over there, and my Paul Soa is standing by to give us updates. Good evening, my Paul.
Yeah, good evening.
Where are you and what can you tell us about this development?
I am at the Labonli Senior High School, the coalition center for the La Dade Kotopon constituency. And the police has arrested 3 gentlemen who tried to open the ballot boxes to tamper with some of the results. And it caused so much upheaval here. if not for the intervention of the police, those 3 gentlemen could have been lynched to death. It was so serious that so much confusion.
Has the place calm now?
Yes. Hello?
Has calm been restored to the collation center?
Yes, calm has been restored, and they were trying to doctor the result in favor of the incumbent MP. And so the agitation and the threat of force were coming from the MPP side. And so those gentlemen are currently being handcuffed. I did see them. They are handcuffed in one of the corridors around. And the police is carrying out its investigation.
Okay. Now, how secured is the place now?
There's so much security here.
Okay.
Hundreds of military men with their military accoutrements. It's so tight. Security here is so tight that I don't foresee any kind of confusion anymore.
All right.
My Paul, stay on the phone lines. Let's clarify this before you go. Now, you said the 3 men attempted to tamper with the ballot boxes. Where were these boxes, and where were these men stationed that they could get access to the boxes?
Yes. You know, there is a queue with the polling officers to enter the assembly hall.
Okay,
it's
so
a very long
they had queued with their boxes.
Yes, it's a queue with the ballot boxes. Exactly. And so the queue it's long and winding, so it does go into some dark shadows. So over there in the dark parts of the queue, there they began to tamper with the ballot boxes. According to them, one ballot had come to add to the original. So therefore, they wanted to do recount in the shadows over there. And then information broke out from the NPP side, and they were almost being lynched.
All right. My Paul, there at the Laboni Senior High School, the Coalition Center for the La Dadekotopon constituency. Now, let's shift attention to Dom Kwabenya. I guess Coalition Center is bustling with activities. We were told it's around the atomic energy. That's where the Coalition Center is. Wendy is there. Wendy, we're grateful. What is it that you can tell us now?
I'm currently at the Coalition Center for the Dom Kwabenya constituency, and a number of EC officials, party agents, the media have gathered here. From where I was standing early on, I could see the EC officials checking the provisional results, checking their documents to see if they're all intact. There's a queue, a very long queue. I don't think it's going to end now. A lot more of the bags are coming in with the provisional results. And it's very warm in there, and the numbers keep increasing. But I don't think it's going to end anytime soon. It's going to be a really long night.
I see.
This evening.
So you don't.
And I also have a result from Paradise A polling station.
Wendy, before you tell us the results, from what the picture you have painted, you don't hope
Nana, can you speak up?
I'm asking that from the picture you have painted, you don't hope to see collation ending anytime soon. It's gone past 10.
No. It hasn't even started. We've been here for close to an hour or more, and they haven't started work yet.
Okay. Again, let me ask you, at the Dadekotopon constituency, Coalition Center at Laboni Senior High School, we were told that the queue is made up of these boxes, and some are stretched into dark areas of the center, and some men had even tried to tamper with it because there was no proper lighting where they were. You also painted a picture of long winding queues with boxes. Where are these boxes, and are there proper lighting where these boxes have queued up?
Yes, the lighting here is very good. is very good, so they don't really have a difficulty with that. It's making the process very easy for those who are coming in to join the queue and check their documents. So lighting isn't a problem here at all.
All right, and all right. You told us you had some polling station results. A quick run through that.
Okay, so I just have one from Paradise A polling station. Registered voters there were 688, vote cast 502, spoiled ballots 2, and the results are NDC 135, NPP 359, PPP 0, PNC 0, CPP 0, independent candidate 0. Right.
All right, grateful, Wendy. We'll be waiting anxiously for collation to begin, and when you have finished, then you get us the results. Wendy Lai is at the Atomic Energy Coalition Center. That's the coalition center for the Dom Kwabenya constituency here in the Greater Accra region. Portia has some more results.
Let's go to the Eastern region, and we have more provisional results over there. Let's go to them. Prayeso Presby Primary A1 parliamentary results. NPP 215. NDC 46, CPP 3, independent candidate 33, total vote 299 and 2 rejected votes. Presidential CPP 0, NDP 0, PNC 0, independent presidential candidate 0, NPP 243, NDC 53, PPP 4, total votes 302 and rejected ballots 2. Let's go to the Prayeso Post Office parliamentary results. NPP 261, NDC 54, CPP 2, independent parliamentary candidate 21, total votes 338 and rejected votes 1. And the presidential provisional results, NPP 270, NDC 67, CPP 1, independent presidential candidate 0, NDP 0, PPP 2, PNC 0, total vote 340, rejected ballot 1. And then in Prayeso Concert House, provisional parliamentary results, NPP 506, NDC 52, CPP 5, independent parliamentary candidate 36, total vote 602, rejected ballot 3. And the presidential provisional results, CPP 0, NDP 0, PPP 0, PNC 0, independent presidential candidate 0, NPP 534, NDC 69, total vote 605 and rejected ballot 2. And last but not the least, in Prayeso Apostolic Church parliamentary results, that provisional parliamentary results, NPP 245, NDC 38, CPP 1, independent parliamentary candidate 17, total vote 301, rejected ballots 0. In the presidential race, CPP 0, NDP 0, PPP 2, PNC 0, independent presidential candidate 0, NPP 256 and NDC 42, rejected ballots 1. And Alfred, you have...
Well, absolutely. So we're getting some results coming through from the Ablekuma West constituency, specifically the Dansoman polling station, where the Mount Olivet Methodist Church polling center in Dansoman in Ablekuma West constituency, actually the coalition center for this particular constituency. So let's cross over now to Adjoa Mofa, and she is there monitoring events. Adjoa, if you can hear me, thank you for your time. What's happening at the coalition center in the Ablekuma West constituency?
Alfred, good evening. I'm currently, a bit of correction, the Mount Olivet Methodist Center is a coalition center. We've already had some results from some polling stations, and now we are here. This is the coalition center. So let me give you some results I had with me earlier. At the Dansoman Swati Street polling station, this is the parliamentary results, and viewers must know that these are all provisional. They haven't been confirmed yet. So for the parliamentary results, NDC had 114, NPP 173, PPP 1, PNC 0, CPP 0, independent candidate, which is Theophilus Sete 7. Presidential, NPP had 180, NDC 111, PPP 2, PNC 1. All other political parties had 0. Now moving to the home care nursery 1A, where the incumbent MP Atlausu Ekufo-Carter votes for the parliamentary results. Rejected ballot was 1, PPP 4, NDC 147, Independent 48, NPP 317. For presidential, NDC 161, PPP 5, NPP 351, rejected 2. At the same polling station, that is the Nursery 2, there were about 3 polling centers, so this is the results for the C. Parliamentary, PPP 8, Independent 28, NDC 81, NPP 174. For presidential, NPP 182, NDC 88, PPP 9, CPP 1. All the others had 0. And now for the polling station B, parliamentary, NDC 163, NPP 308, rejected 2. For presidential, NDC 197, NPP 333, CPP 2, PPP 4, others 0. Now we are crossing over to the Dansman police station, where there were 5 polling centers within that center. So for the Dansman police station, 1A, parliamentary results, NDC 206, NPP 346, PPP 6, Independent 18, others 0. For presidential, NDC 213, NPP 357, CPP 0, PPP 3, and there were 3 rejected ballots. For Dansman polling station 2A, parliamentary results, NDC 150, NPP 260, Independent 18, PPP 2, rejected 2. For presidential, NPP 274, NDC 156, rejected 2, PPP 1. And still at the Dansman police station, that is polling center 2B, parliamentary results, NPP 274, NDC 164, PPP 3, Independent 21. For presidential, NPP 295, NDC 164, PPP 3. Okay, let's do the last 2 polling centers at the place. And for the polling station 1C, parliamentary results, NDC 156, NPP 252, PPP 2, Independent 11. Presidential, NPP 265, NDC 156. And lastly, the polling, the Dansman police station 1B, parliamentary results, PPP 2, NDC 153, NPP 358, Independent 25. For presidential, NPP 388, NDC 150, rejected 1, NDP 1, CPP 1, PPP 1. But currently I am at the collation intact, so we are here, and then whatever updates come to us, we will let our viewers know about it.
Right. Ajwa, thank you very much. That's Ajwa Mofa there with the details in the Ablekuma West Coalition Center, the Mount Olivet Methodist Coalition Center in the Ablekuma West constituency. So it gives us a clear picture of what's happening there. Right.
Actually, a few of the results are quite strange for me because the independent candidate there, broke out of the NPP party, and so was
able to drain
some expectation that he was going to do quite well.
Exactly,
but it
you
looks
see,
like that isn't the case.
The figures coming in 19, 18,
yeah, compared to the MPP representative there. But these are some polling stations. We hope to see what will happen when the whole figure is put together there. Ablekuma West. Now let's jump to the Western region. William Peters is in the 2nd D constituency. William, good evening once again. And you must be at the Collation Center by now, I'm sure.
Yes, right. I'm at the 2nd D Methodist Senior High School. That is the Collation Center for the 2nd D constituency. Over here, we have 67 polling centers. And so far, personally, I have been able to gather about 19 results from 19 polling stations so far. And I have club quarters. That is Maxwell Road. That's the residence of Honorable Papa Osanko. That is where he also voted. And for the presidential, NPP had 160. That is 160. NDC 56. PPP 2. Independent 0. PNC 0. NDP 0. Then the parliamentary NPP had 154. NPP 154, NDC 63, NDC 63, PPP had 1, and PNC had 0. So we go to Zongo Market A, 2nd D Zongo Market A. For the presidential, NDC had 227, NDC 227, NPP 184, NPP 184, CPP 2. CPP 2, PPP 4, PPP 4, PNC 1, NDP 1. Then the independent had 0. For the parliamentary, NDC had 232, NDC 232, NPP 185, NPP 185, PPP 3, CPP 1. That is 2nd D Zongo Market A. 2nd D Zongo Market B. For the presidential, NPP had 180, NPP 180, 180, NDC 166, NDC 166, PPP 1, PPP 1, PNC 4, PNC 4, NDP 0, then CPP also had 0. For the parliamentary, NPP had 180, NPP 180. NDC 168, NDC 168, PPP 2, then the CPP also had 1. We go to the Presby Primary School at Maxwell Road, again in 2nd D constituency. Over there, NPP had 401, NPP 401, NDC 196, NDC 196, PPP 9, PPP 9, PNC 0, CPP 0, NDP also 0. Then for the parliamentary, NPP had 364, NPP 364, NDC 230, NDC 230, that is 230, PPP 5, then CPP also had 0. Then we move to the 2nd D Prisons Officers Canteen. Prisons Officers Canteen, again at 2nd D constituency. For the presidential, NPP at 143, NPP 143, NDC 132, DC 132, PPP 4, PNC 1, NDP 0, CPP 0. For the parliamentary, NPP had 137, NPP 137, NDC also had 137. NDC 137, PPP had 5, and CPP had 4. There was 1 rejected. Then we moved to Idiawusu polling center at Semensudo. That is the birthplace of the legendary Jedubli Ambuli. That is where he hails from, Idiawusu at Semensudo. Over there, for the parliamentary, NPP had 344, NPP 344, NDC 306, NDC 306, CPP 4, PPP 3, Then for the presidential, NPP had 384, NPP 384, NDC 266, NDC 266, PPP 5, CPP 3, NDP 0, PNC 1. Then the independent household had 0. At Old Adra, for the presidential, NPP had 430. 430 for the NPP. NDC had 224. NDC 224. PPP 0. PNC 0. CPP 2. Then we had 2 spoils ballots and 6 rejected. For the parliamentary, NPP had 393. NPP 393. NDC 274. NDC 274. PPP 7. Then CPP also had 0. Then we moved to Red House at Kwekuma, also in Secondary constituency. NPP had 389. 389 for the NPP. NDC 187. NDC 187. PPP 7. CPP 0. PNC 0. NDP 0. Then the independent also had 0. For the parliamentary, NPP had 370. NPP 370. NDC 203. NDC 203. PPP 6. Then CPP also had 6. At Nkotumpo AME Day, for the presidential, NPP had 465. NPP 465. NDC 137. NDC 137. PPP 11. We moved to the parliamentary. NPP had 435. NPP 435. NDC 173. NDC 173. PPP 5. Then the CPP also had 2. At Edenkasim STMA, again in the Secondary constituency, for the presidential, NPP had 217. NPP 217. NDC 174. NDC 174. PPP 7. Independent, NDP 1. For the parliamentary, NPP had 206. NPP 206. NDC 190. PPP had 2. Then the CPP also had 0. At Agri Memorial Key School, B, for the presidential, NPP had 198. NPP 198. NDC 187. NDC 187. NDP 3. PNC 1. Then the PPP had 6. NDP for the parliamentary, NPP had 183. Parliamentary, Agri Memorial Key School, B. Parliamentary, NPP 186. NDC 210. NDC 210. Then the independent had 3. Independent had 3.
All right, William, those are the results you have. Now, you are the coalition center. When do you hope to see coalition completed? I've lost William Peters there. He's a man in the Western region who will tell us more from the coalition center in the Secondary constituency. But from the Western region, let's move to the Greater Accra region and to the Ningo Pram constituency. Josephine Frimpong is the coalition center. Josephine, good evening. I hope you're doing great. What can you tell us is happening at the coalition center now?
Right. We are the old Ningo government school. That is where that's the coalition center for Ningo Pram, and the polling station agents. They are bringing the boxes for what they had done for the other polling stations. But for now, I have some few results here. If you go from what I have with me here are provisional results for Ahriam DA Primary School. It's one of the polling stations. And for the presidential, we have CPP 4, NDP 0, NDC 378, CPP is 4, NPP is 77, PNC is 0, Independent is 0. And also for the parliamentary, the PPP is 0, NDC 364, and the NPP 89, NDP 0, and CPP 22. For now, right, we have only Ahriam for Ningo Pram Pram here, but we are waiting at the coalition center for all the other polling stations to arrive with their results so that we can have a total, the whole face of Ningo Pram Pram. Now, everybody except the NDC parliamentary candidate, Samuel George, is around. The MPP as well is also there. So that is what is happening here at Ningo Bright.
And you were suggesting that the ballot boxes are not in yet. All of them are not in yet.
Not all of them. You know, Ningo is quite big, and the polling stations are far apart. Most of them are in rural communities, so it will take us some time. I think we'll be having a long night. It'll take us some more time here.
All right.
Right.
All right. Josephine Frimpong there from the Ningo Pram Pram constituency of the Greater Accra region. We're staying on, and while the collation starts, we'll come to you and tell you what's happening. That is Election Command Center, and Portia has some more results.
Yes, we're going to the Tamale Central constituency where we have Saharan Suhuyini over there. Good evening and thanks for your time.
Yeah, good evening.
You have some results for us.
Yeah, I'm currently at the collection center for Tamale Central, which is taking place at the Northern Region House of Chiefs. Now, some polling agents and returning officers are very angry here because, according to them, they've been here for some time now, and they haven't had any reasonable information from the authorities as to why they are keeping them out here. So they are very angry. Not long ago, they were agitating. They want to go home. They want to go home. And so I have one of the agents here with me, and I want to find out from him exactly why they are angry with the process. Hello, good evening, and thanks for joining us on TV.
Good evening. My name is Jamal Dini, speaking from Mosinongo Police Station. That is Clinic A. Yeah, but our constituency is Tamale Central. Yeah, we are currently at the Coalition Center place. We've been here since 6 o'clock. And up to date, it's now getting to 11 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. We expected something from the EC's officials to come and speak to us or address us. What is the issue or what is keeping them from not attending to us? But up to date, nothing of such has been said to us. And we are furious because the election has been so very, very peaceful. So the people have brought back their work. Yes. The people have brought back all the figures or the ballot boxes and the pictures to be submitted to the EC officers. But yes, we are just there and they're not attending to us. We don't know what just happened. And to us, it's unfair to us because for me, I always say that the black man will continue to suffer because we don't respect
Saran, if you can hear me, they've been waiting for over 5 hours now. What are EC officials telling you?
Come again, please.
They've been waiting for over 5 hours now. Have you sought to find out from officials of the Electoral Commission what's keeping them waiting?
Yeah, the information I have gathered is that they are currently sorting out the special voting, and according to them, there was one box which was overvoted, so they were sorting that one out, and that was what has kept them for some time now, and that is why the agents and the returning officers have been kept out for some time now. That is what I have gathered so far.
You're saying they're sorting one box which was as a result of overvoting?
Yeah, that's the information I've gathered.
Okay.
And they were sorting it out in there, trying to resolve the issue before they start looking at those who have been in the queue for some time now.
So what time will the collation of results begin in your estimation?
Come again, please.
What time will the collation of results begin in your estimation? What are they telling you?
Well, for now, I can't tell because the exercise, to be frank, has been very slow. So I can't tell for now. Unless,
so until they resolve that issue of overvoting, they'll still be waiting?
Hello?
Until they resolve that issue of overvoting, they'll still be waiting over there?
Well, I would have to go back and find out as to what is their next step of action before I can give out any other information.
All right. Suhini, don't drop your line yet. Let's clarify a few things out before you go. Now, you're suggesting that the EC is sorting out one of the boxes or the ballot boxes that is said to have overvoted ballots. What exactly do you mean by sorting out?
Hello?
Right, we'll try and rework the phone line. Suhini is in Tamale South area there in the northern region. We'll try and sort things out, and with that, we'll follow that one up and tell you more about it. This is the Election Command Center. The results are gradually coming in, and very soon we will be able to make sense out of at least some coalition centers that have already started counting and collating the results from these polling stations, and we'll let you know exactly how the figures look like. But any more of the polling station results?
Yes, Ayawaso Central, Star Avenue School, provisional results, presidential, CPP 0, NDP 0, NDC 35, PPP 2, NPP 48, PNC 0, independent presidential candidate 0. And let's go to the central region. Sredro Islamic School A, provisional results for presidential candidates, CPP 0, NDP 1, NDC 270, PPP 0, NPP 97, PNC 0, independent presidential candidate 0. So those are results over there. And Dom Kwabenya, Dom 1, NPP 215, NDC 133, NDP 1, PPP 1, PNC 1, and rejected ballot 2. Alfred, you have more results?
Yes, Portia. So we were just talking about the KEEA constituency a few minutes ago. Now we have some provisional results coming in from the KEEA New School polling station in Elmina for parliamentary. NPP 131, NPP 131, NDC 171, NDC 171, PPP 214. PPP 214. So, right, this provisional results does reflect some changes.
214
for the PPP candidate there. And so clearly you can see, we know what the KEEA constituency means for the PPP's presidential candidate. He's being a member of parliament for that constituency in the past, and he's also, according to the analysis, done a lot of investment in that particular constituency, and that seems to be earning that particular vote for the candidate there. Look at the presidential as well. The same cannot be said for the presidential.
That's a sad thing.
The provisional that we have here, the PPP, even in the parliamentary, though polled 214, according to the provisional results that we have, 214. The PPP presidential, that's Dr. Piboko Sindum, provisional result from the KEEA New School polling station in Elmina. He had 119.
214
against 214 for the parliamentary candidate there. So you have NDC also polling some 197.
For the presidential.
For the presidential.
As against 131.
As against 131 for the parliamentary. You look at the NDC had 197, MPP had 191. Okay, for
in the presidential.
Yes. So NPP 191, NDC 197. So a clear difference of just 6 votes separating them at that particular new school polling station. Provisional results for presidential in Elmina. CPP had 2, PNC had 1, NDP 0. Rejected ballots, and this is going to blow your mind. 18. 18 rejected ballots for the KEEA New School Elmina. So that's what's happening there. We go to the Wassa East constituency presidential provisional results, and quickly I'll hold on to that, and let's go to Was Central now. And Evelyn Tengma is going to join us shortly with the details of some provisional results coming in from the Wa Central constituency. Evelyn, if you can hear me now, take over and give us some details of the provisional results you have from the Wa Central constituency.
Right, Alfred, for the special voting for Wa Central presidential, the first day of voting, 1st December, CPP had 1, NDP 0, NDC 329, 329, PPP 12, 1, 2, NPP 217, 217, PNC 0, independent candidates 0. So we had a total valid vote cards of 559. Rejected was 0. For the parliamentary, GCPP had 0, CPP 6, NDC 38, 38, NPP 31, 31, NDP 0, CPP 0, PNC 0. Valid vote cards was 75. And for the special voting for the second day, that was 7th December, presidential, CPP 0, NDP 0, NDC 52, 50, 52, PPP 1, NPP 22, 22, PNC 0, independent candidate 0. Valid vote cast was 75. And for results today for the office of the president, we have for the presidential, CPP 2, NDP 1, NDC 1,017, representing 55.76%. PPP 100, representing 5.48%. NPP 680, representing 37.28%. PNC 3, representing 0.16%, and independent candidate 1, representing 0.05%. Alfred, these are the results I have for now. I'm still keeping my eye here at the collation center, and I'll get back to you with more details.
Okay, but what's the situation there at the collation center where you are at the moment? Are all the polling station boxes there, ballot boxes there, and has the collation begun?
Yes, the collation has begun long ago, and as of now, the collation center is no congested. So the ballot boxes have been kept at a different place, and the polling agents or the presiding officers are here with their results. So when they come to the room, they come here and then they give their results to the electoral officials together with the party agents, and then they go through the process. Actually, they are projecting all the results on the projector. And so that is the situation now. So we have a couple of teams here, and everyone has a role they play, and everything is being projected on the screen. Okay. But that is done. After that, then they will bring out the summary of all that they are doing. But for now, they are tabulating all the results that each and every one of the presiding officers are bringing. Alfred.
Okay, so Evelyn, thank you very much for this update. We'll get back to you for some more. The Collation Center and the Wa Central constituency. That is the constituency, the Honorable Rashid Pelpo. It's a place to watch and see what pans out from there. Right.
Interesting to see who comes back to Parliament and who stays out there. But we're monitoring closely all this, and we'll get to these results as and when they're ready. But let's go to the Mount Olivet Methodist Church. That's the Collation Center where Adjoa Mofa is monitoring the Ablikuma West constituency elections there. Adjoa, some noise, but where you are, there's something going wrong there.
Hello, Bryce, I can hardly hear anything. If you could please repeat what you said.
All right, I was asking that we could hear some noise from where you are. Does it suggest there's something going amiss there?
Well, The situation here is that one of the ballot boxes brought into the collation center by a presiding officer had no seal, and it was unaccompanied by any security person. And so one of the NPP representatives here is saying that they weren't going to accept the results in that particular ballot box. So I have with me here Ronnie, who is part of the NPP delegation here at the collation center. So I'm going to put him on the line so you can speak to him.
All right, quickly.
Hello.
Hello, Ronnie. This is Bright. Who are you? And you represent the NPP, but in what capacity?
Hello.
Ronnie, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello.
Right. I'm saying that my name is Bright. I know you as Ronnie, but you represent the NPP in what capacity?
I'm part of the campaign team and I'm also a polling agent.
Right. Now, the issue is that the ballot arrived at the center without a seal.
Yes, the ballot came to the center and there was no seal attached to it. There was no seal on the ballot box.
None of the political parties had a seal attached to the box.
Yes, the returning officer claimed that where they were, there was a dark, they don't have any torchlight. So upon arriving, they decided to come directly to the collation center because they had no security personnel at the polling center.
Have you contacted your agent who was at that particular polling station?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm asking if you had spoken to your agent who was at the particular polling station where the box is coming from.
Yes, the agent said at the end of the day, the returning officer told them that where they were was that he couldn't see anything, so they came to an agreement that they should come to the collation center, which was very wrong because the presiding officer said what they did was they shouldn't have done that. So we're not happy with the situation at all, and we're not happy at all with the current situation. First of all, they should have the police escort. Secondly, they shouldn't have left the polling station without sealing the ballot boxes. So clearly, I don't know what they're playing at and what kind of games they are up to.
And do you suspect that the ballots in there could be different from what was counted at the polling center?
Sorry, can you repeat that question again?
I'm asking if you suspect that the ballot in there could be different from what was counted at the polling center.
Definitely. At the end of the day, the parties did not seal the ballot box. At the end, nobody knows what exactly is in the ballot box. But whatever it is, we're not going to accept it. So at the end of the day, we're speaking to the EC to find a solution.
Oh, okay. And what about, would you perhaps consider a recount at the collation center to ensure that what is in there tallies with what was counted at the polling center?
Well, I have to speak about my superiors before I take such a decision.
All right, Ronnie, we will follow that, and then I will take a look at the decision you will take after, and then we'll come back to you. But Amofa is
okay, right. So that is the development here. As and when we get anything new, we'll inform you about it.
All right. So follow that development. Let us know the decision, and then we will tell our viewers what's happening there. But that's at the Mount Olivet Methodist Church Collation Center of the Ablekuma West constituency. A ballot box arrived at the center without the seals, according to information we are getting. The presiding officers, polling agents, and all other persons agreed that it was getting late. There was no light around, and so they decided not to seal the ballot. Of course, there was no police or security escort, and the NPP is contending that there could have been something illegal. And so we'll follow that, and then we'll move on and tell you what's happened from that constituency. All right, and so let's quickly take a look at what's happening from social media. A lot of people might have been talking about some results taking it over. Alfred will quickly take a look at what's happening on social media.
Absolutely. It's a very interactive conversation we're having right here. We're not only limited to the news hub here on your election command center. We have a global audience watching us because we're streaming online now live at the election command center. So we have a lot of responses and comments coming in from Gambia, Zambia, and then also from Tunisia, places from Spain and from France as well. Everybody wishing Ghana well and a peaceful election and a peaceful outcome. So clearly we have that global reach the global feedback for what we're doing right here on your election command center. But I'll read a few of the comments coming through from there. And Romeo dos Santolinios Mahama says, NDP and PPP, where are you? Okay, so they are there. We are mentioning the provisional results, as you see. This one also here says that Gloria Simpi is sending us a message from the Spain, and she says, observer groups should speak. Prevention is better than cure. A stitch in time saves 9. It has been reported that some soldiers are misbehaving in some polling stations so quickly they should play the referee role. Thanks, please, agent. Gloria Simpi sends us that one there. You didn't specify the exact polling station where this is happening, but King Kalas says, give figures from the coalition and the polling station. So say, let's keep our fingers crossed and keep hope for the best. You say the night is still young, I say. Sulia Ibn Yaqub, thank you for that message here. This one also coming in from Elliot Amankwa says, all right, so that is a comment which is premature, so I will not read, but Ken perhaps also interesting there. But most of your comments, Gloria CV still repeats this one. Judicious Odro Eric says, TV3, we love your immediate updates. Thanks to you guys for their reliability. That's coming in from Judicious Odro Eric. This one here from Estina Kalo says, you have just only 3 constituencies for MPP. What for NDC? Okay, so we're coming in with a lot of the provisional results, and we must emphasize that these are provisional results coming through. So those comments that are partisan in nature, I would still avoid for now, just to make sure that we're able to ensure that we stick to the provisional nature of these results coming through. So this one here says that Felixtine Oli says, wow, I'm very grateful. Volta region is interesting, the results coming through. This one, thank you very much for what you're doing, TV3. This one also here says that the Ma Efia says the MPP provisional results in whole, you say it's impressive, honestly. Okay, this one here also coming in, you say massive coverage from the election command center. Kudos to you all. And this one, okay. Wow, okay. A lot of people very much interested in what's happening with the provisional results we're giving. So this one says, this is my home region, but what do you expect? Conflict in our region? Nope. We are interested in reading and going back to our daily activities than fighting. Okay, that's from G. Depfo Kosi Samuel. G. Depfo Kosi Samuel, thank you very much. Okay, so Fleze Boache Colin says, add regions, we're more interested in that. The regions, as we're saying, right now we have almost 200, just about 200 polling stations out of the 29,992. So shortly, Martin Esiedudate will be doing the analysis of the polling station results that's just come through. Morris James says that okay, you have your own take on that. Also, it says sometimes we would add the regions of that particular polling station or the constituency. It helps us to know what exactly the results are coming from. So that's what Martin is going to be doing shortly. So stay with us as we do all of this with you. Chris Moore says, I pray the next year there should be a law that by 6 p.m. each and everyone's supposed to sleep. And if you're found outside after 6 p.m., okay, that one, you say you have your own proposal for that one. Thank you very much. And loads of the messages coming through. So this is just the first batch of the many messages we're having from the various people watching us all across the world. And I must say that we have a global audience at the moment here on your election command
and
center.
people are already rejoicing, but we must emphasize that these are just
the night is too young. It's just a little over 11 p.m. now. We don't even have 0.1% thereabout of the whole polling stations as yet. So we're going to do the regional analysis, just as I said. Martin Esiedudate is standing by. So Martin, I know this is your territory. This is your terrain. So I'm just going to leave it to you to play your game, and we will watch you do that.
It's pretty interesting how social media is buzzing. But we would want to say that you want to trust what TV3 is putting out. The speculation on social media might not be good for your health. So for safety and health reasons, just stay with TV3. We have concrete certified figures that will be coming your way from the Electoral Commission in the next few minutes. But what we have are provisional. Our reporters are there, and they are giving us what the EC officials are saying. So we have a lot more polling station results coming in, and I quickly want to take you through them again. And we want to just, go back to some of the constituencies that we started with. For instance, in the central region, a lot of constituency polling station results have come in at the moment. And what we will be doing is that in the next few minutes, all those numbers will be added, because for constituencies that have about 50 or 80 polling stations, more than half of that have been announced, and they are about to be certified and declared by the Electoral Commission officials. So when they do that, then it means that we can also go ahead and give them to you, which indirectly means that based on the figures we are getting, we can have a fair idea or a mental picture of how the results are looking like. So you would want to stay with us, because we are your election command center. So we would want to take a quick break. When we return, Bright and the team would be here. We'll have a lot more figures coming your way. Stay with TV3, because the Electoral Commission is also going to be holding a press conference in the next few minutes. When they do that, we'll go there live to hear what they have to say, what their impression is about the election that has ended across the country, and the counting that has been done, and the results that are trickling in. We'll also take you to Twitter, because some interesting names are trending on Twitter. Why so? We'll tell you in a jiffy. Stay with us.
Right. That's great to know. The center is just about 8 minutes past the hour of 11. And yet to hit midnight, and soon I am sure that the coalition results might come in, and we will tell you who has what. And as Martin said, the colors will show who is standing where on the map of Ghana. We'll tell you about that 275 constituencies, one constituency for the President of the Republic of Ghana, as we'll wait who gets that nod for the next 4 years. So the election Command Center will take you straight away to Wassa West constituency, and Amprechum is our man there. He will quickly tell us what tell us what is happening there. Good evening, and are you at the coalition center? And if you are, what's happening there?
Yes, right now I'm at the coalition center, where a lot of people have gathered here. Instead of EC officers, media personnel, and party agents, and some other observers, we are all here, and the counting is still underway. A while ago, we realized that a rushing sound coming from outside the coalition room, and we realized some macho men, unidentified macho men, were holding cutlasses and other weapons. They were falling it on the ground, making the whole place so scary and not safe to reside here and to carry on with business. As we speak now, the counting is halted. The room is disorganized. Everything is disorderly here now. The EC official is even out of the room. We have called for security reinforcements. For about 10 minutes now, we have not seen any presence of the security. And the danger of it all was that whilst we were rushing, the civilians were rushing inside, the two security men at the post also rushed inside, and they asked us to lock the 4 entrances of the coalition center.
I see. And so, what is the situation now? Have these men been apprehended, and where are they? And has the counting or the coalition process halted?
Come again, your line is...
I'm asking, what is the situation now? Have these 2 men been apprehended?
Yes, now we're standing in groups. We're discussing what could be the problem. As we speak now, nobody has been able to ascertain what the problem was. So it's been discussions and assumptions and all that. People are just reading into the situation. Nobody knows who they are or who they were, and we don't know what has happened to them, whether they have escaped or the policemen were able to arrest them.
Right. So has this incident halted the collation?
And again?
I'm asking if this incident has halted the collation.
Yes. Now counting is halted now.
I see. All right. Lavrich, we will get back to you. Quite a worrying scene there as you're painting. We'll come back.
Yes, I'm hearing some of warning shots now. And I'm seeing the presence of some security personnel around. Some in military morale uniform, some in police uniform.
Okay. So
the
some
superintendent of the Boise police is here now. Coupled with some other militiamen in their morale uniform, they're here.
All right. So you can confirm that some security beef up is being sent there, and they are trying to deal with the situation.
And they are ordering that those who do not have the permit or permission authorization to be in the policing center should move out.
All right. Lavrich and Prechun, we are grateful. We'll come back to you in a jiffy and find out what's happening there. But some news from the Clote-Kole constituency. Alfred has all the latest from that constituency. Alfred.
Rightly so. Right. So let's just emphasize these are the provisional results coming in from the Clote-Kole constituency. And it's actually not just the polling station results, but the total results, provisional results, I must say, coming in from the Clote-Kole constituency.
And that suggests that collation is completed. But these are not certified.
Absolutely.
That's the
certified. Point. So Dr. Zenator Rollins of the NDC, provisional results, 5,070. 5,070, followed by lawyer Philip Addising of the New Patriotic Party, 3,694. 3,694. So per the provisional results that we have here, Dr. Zenator Rollins taking that clear lead as we speak.
It looks like the independent candidate seems to have fared badly in
there. We'll get the
results. It's interesting to know how much he had as well.
Absolutely, and the results will be coming through shortly.
We will confirm these results later on, but these are what has come through. 5,074 the NDC candidate and 3,694 for the NPP candidate. We'll tell you more about that later on, and that's the projection we have made. They are not certified results, as we have been preaching all along. Provisional.
So yes, it's early. The night is still young.
Still young.
And if I keep saying this, just tell you that we have a long road to travel ahead of us. But clearly, yes.
Some results from Tamale Central, Lady of Fatima Nursery A, provisional results for the presidency, CPP 3, NDP 2, NDC 409, PPP 0, NPP 118, PNC 1 and 0 for the independent presidential candidates. That's coming from the northern region, Tamale Central constituency, Our Lady of Fatima Nursery A, and then Ekuamwa Ichampon JHS presidential, NPP 329, NDC 50, CPP 1, PPP 2. That's coming from the Ashanti region. Remember, we are still live on Facebook. You can get interactive with us. That's on Facebook, twitter.com/news on TV3.
Well, I'm wondering really what's happening there on social media, even though Alfred has told us a lot about people talking about the coverage. Martin is here to tell us more. But before that, the Ladekotopon constituency seem to have some news there. Let's quickly try and see if we can get that information. But what we are getting through to the election command center there is that the incumbent member of parliament seem to be on the back track as far as the content is concerned. We also told that a Wutu Senya West, it is not too exciting for the incumbent member of parliament. We can't confirm any figure though, so these are information we're picking from men and women who are monitoring the figures there. We will tell you when the figures are back to us. But Martin will quickly do what's happening on social media, and then we'll go back to briefly, and then we can go back to the command center.
All right, so Bright, just a second, just to let people know what is trending on Twitter. We will be crossing in a bit to the election command center, but we just want people to know that on Twitter, these are the trends. Election command center, which is TV3, is trending, and then in Doom, we also have...
The winner for the 2016 general elections. This is your election command center. We've got correspondents scattered across the 275 constituencies of the country, and very soon they'll be bringing us detailed results of presidential and parliamentary candidates. I've got in the studio with me 4 strong men. Lawyer Kofi Abochi is a Dean of Law at the Gimper School. Also Fred Ejakodro is a governance analyst. Dr. Justice Baule is a political scientist. And Edgar Redo, he's an insurer. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us here at your election command center. I'm going to start off with you, Mr. Justice Baule. There's been a lot of excitement being generated on social media, especially Facebook, with people churning out results of who's won and who's losing. Are we jumping ahead of ourselves, or it's perhaps early days yet?
I think so. I've been following results on various platforms on WhatsApp, for example, and you get a lot of very conclusive results that are being thrown out there, and you ask the question whether or not these people have had the insight into what the various police stations have turned out already. And when you follow the reports, you get a sense that at the collation centers, the results are not done yet. It's to be expected that the various candidates would have their own mechanism of collating results and being able to determine whether or not they are winning. But we also know that at this stage, many of the candidates will be playing some mind games, right, on their supporters, just to keep their support base excited and all of that. But I think it is very early yet, and I think we need to proceed cautiously. We especially that we don't want to get people excited, and then they will begin to think that somebody has done something untoward to overturn results. And so I think people should be cautious about what they put out there, or else people who see these things should take them, at least for now, with a pinch of salt.
I'm going to take preliminary comments from all of you on this social media buzz, because I know you're all very active on social media. And even before the start of this program, I heard you all discussing amongst yourself what's happening on social media. Edgar, what's your take on what's happening on social media right now?
Well, just as you said, social media, and then for some of us, the angle at which we're coming from, social media is one area. If you want to put your every hope on, you've got to guide your fingers one day. We all know the kind of stories that appear on social media. Some of them are at times scary stories. You want to believe it's true, only for you to know that it's not happening. Photoshops and all sort of things. So what happens is that we have some particular platforms or particular areas. Like, for instance, sitting down here, we know that you have correspondents out there. So we'd rather be more interested in dealing with the information we're going to get, coming from that area, or some other media houses, or the apps that has been set up by the EC, than to be relying on what's happening on social media. Somebody sent something on social media trying to suggest that there was a report coming from BBC in relation to the special, how do you call it? The special voting. Then another, something comes up, and that is coming from Akwesi Sapon, saying that they should be ignored and all of you. I mean, please, for social media, you don't want to waste your time there.
Mr. Abochi, there's a lot of anxiety in the air. People are waiting with bated breath to know who's winning for the presidential and who's taken for parliamentary. Can you blame those churning out figures on social media?
The social media is an open space, as my colleagues have said. It's an open space. Anybody can put anything there. So there's no obligation to be truthful. Sensationalism is part of what drives social media. It is what partly keeps the energy burning, so that people are interested and excited in going there and, you know, participating in whatever discussion is ongoing. So I do not blame anyone. We live in a world of free expression, and free expression includes the right to create even false news. The question is whether people should tune into authentic news, and I think, you know, that question, of course, also depends on what you define as authentic news. So I do not blame anyone for for participating in discussions on social media, but of course you can choose to be anxious. And the question of anxiety, as I said, you can avoid that by tuning into authentic news and you having to verify for yourself which source of news you can call worthy and credible. So yes, you can't blame anyone for that. It's an open space where anyone can participate in deliberation, and I can't fault anyone for participating.
Dr. Ojo, should we be taking this information and figures with a pinch of salt?
That's what IGP says you watch.
But let me say, I'm Mr. Ojo. It is something that has come up. Even in the US elections, you had so many false news being peddled around. So I'm not surprised we're getting all sorts of information on the social media. But I'm not too bothered about most of the information coming. I think they are not authentic. I believe we should rather be willing to follow our traditional media. It tends to be more credible because you always know that such an outlet is putting up this information. And they must be sure that the information they are putting up is true, otherwise their credibility is on the line. But you go on the social media, this BBC story that came up. As soon as I saw it, when has the BBC ever given breakdowns of results? So I knew instantly it was false. And a colleague was asking me my views about it. I said, I don't believe it. Moreover, even the way the news is packaged, you can tell it's for propaganda purposes. So let's wait. Yes, it takes a bit of time to get the actual news from the traditional media. So I believe by and large we'll get there when the news is available. But we will hear all sorts of rumors. Mind you, even in previous times when we didn't have this kind of social media like WhatsApp and the rest, there were rumors about, hey, this big man has lost this seat, this party has won where it has never won before. And they all turned out to be false. So let's disregard most of these things and look to the authentic sources, verifiable sources to inform our decisions.
Right. So away from social media, Mr. Bochi, I'll start off with you. We've just got about 2 or 3 hours to the declaration of results at the various collation centers. Already figures are being collated. Definitely in the next 2 to 3 hours we should be having some of those results coming. What should we be looking out for as people who are interested parties in these elections? Some have said that, listen, forget about the strongholds. Let's concentrate, or let's look at the figures that's coming in from the swing regions. And in the swing regions, we're talking about the central region, we are talking about the Bonahafo region, we're talking about western region. Are these the areas we should be looking out for? And are these the indications of what is to happen?
Well, historical records clearly indicate that these regions are what we should be looking out for. There are regions in Ghana that are hardly going to deviate. And I think from all the statistics that we've been hearing so far, the figures from the traditional media, it does seem that history is repeating itself in these regions. And so the Ashanti region, traditionally, which has been the MPP, turns out to be voting again for the MPP. The Volta region, which has been traditionally the NDC, turns out to be voting for the NDC. The swing regions, which have been kingmakers in the past, appear again to be doing their own thing. And I think, yes, clearly, we know these regions, the western region, the central region, and the Greater Accra region. Clearly, this is where we should be paying attention to. And I think the trends, the figures that are coming out, if we can paint projections out of them, if we can draw a pattern out of them, I still believe that 2016 election will be called on the basis of these 3 regions.
Edgar, you agree with him?
Well, one of the things is that from history, right, I've always realized that anytime the election results start trickling in, you realize that the MPP takes the lead, right, from history. You can check from that of the 2012, check from the 2008, you realize that the MPP always takes the lead. And then gradually, it begins to, come down in a way. The other side of the matter is that we're talking about 29,000 polling stations. I doubt even if the figures we have here would amount to even 2,000 polling stations. It's quite too early to, as it were, conclude that this and that. Unfortunately, you guys could have given us a very good data. You know, you could have mounted a data for which to have seen what the previous elections polling stations were like. Then we could then have extrapolated, done some, you know, one or two things, and then said that, okay, based on the figures that are trickling in here, then we see that, well, the swing states that you are talking about, we can see that, well, really, something is happening in here. But as it stands here, we cannot really, because we don't have the other side to do the comparison. But it looks as the MPP is on top now, right? It doesn't suggest what you're saying to be the case. We'll still need some time. When you're talking about 2-3 hours or so, yes, we can give ourselves on 2-3 hours. But even then, how many constituencies are we likely to, you know, have? We still have a long way to go. So let's see.
You're right about that. The central region has been one of the swing regions. Indeed, in 2004 and 2008, in 2008 and 2012, they were quite loyal to the NDC. Now, when you look at some of the figures that are being churned from this particular election, you would realize that there appears to be a bit of swing. Although it's early days yet, we also have bellwether constituencies. And when I say bellwether, I mean constituencies that often give an indication of who's going to be winning. So if, for instance, Krowo in the Greater Accra region, if Krowo is determining for the president, it's most likely the president will win the election. So how much of, you know, weight should we put on all these figures that's coming in?
Well, I think just to pick up from where Edgar left, you see that MPP tends to be strong in the urban areas, and they are the places that you often get the results come up first, and that is why when results from the hinterlands begin to trickle in, you see the dynamics begin to play out in a different way. So, as I said, it's still early days yet for us to be able to make any projections or see how it's going to go. But like you said, there are a lot of things that you will see. For example, margins that, you know, occur even in urban centers or in places that have been traditionally for some particular parties. When you begin to see that the dynamics in terms of the margins of votes begin to change, then it sends you a signal that something might be happening that is unusual. And so we have to continue to look out for these polling stations, at least for now, because that's the basis on which we can make some decisions. But otherwise, I think that, again, it's very early days here. Let's be careful. You know that a lot of the things that happened today, many rural polling stations didn't get their material early enough. And so what you anticipate is that they are going to be voting deep into the night. And for many places where you would have to travel, you know, long distances to get there, they will finish voting sometimes past 5 p.m. and they will take a lot of time to be able to finish all the collation and all of that. And then they will take time to travel to the collation centers. And they get to the collation centers and they have to queue up to be able to get their results into the collation sheet. So it takes some time to be able to build up but what you get eventually is that when these are, you know, coming up, they come up very fast because at a certain time you anticipate that if you like, the gestation period for which results would have come in will now be at the same time, and we will begin to get results very, very fast. I suspect that getting towards the early mornings, maybe around 4 or 5, or about 7 o'clock in the morning, we should begin to see a sense of how all of these are going to be like. Of course, we know that German North,
of course,
which is yet to vote,
right? Not voting, so a few of those. But if the figures turn out to be huge in the areas that we are getting them, then we can discount the presidential result that will come from German.
Mr. Ojo, some have said that to be able to make meaning and appreciate a lot more of the figures that are being churned out, it is important to compare the results of 2012 to that of 2016. How much of a truism is this?
Well, it can only help you in conducting some level of trend analysis. But whatever it is, figures are always absolute in each year. It does help you to think that, oh, previously, this was how it was going. So if it's going this way this time round, what could be accounting for us for it? Mind you, in every election, different factors come into play, and they may not necessarily be the same all the time. Even some individuals can lose in an election that the incumbent could be winning massively because of one or two issues. Dynamics, there are always local dynamics in every election, as well as that of the national one. So I am of the opinion that yes, it is good, it can help us to project, but we must always be careful. I'm always, well, I mean, my personal view has always been that unless I'm seeing the absolutes, I don't want to let trends necessarily tell me that this is what is happening. Yes, a party might lose a region it traditionally wins, but then ends up winning the national election based on other factors. Because in that particular election, there might be a local issue in some local issues in a constituency or even in a region that might not necessarily play up in the national elections. So that is good. But it's always good to have some previous information. I mean, from the previous years, it can guide us, it can help in some level of projection, but until we get a final results, we can never be sure.
Mr. Abochi, I'd like to really find out from you, again, one of the lingering questions on my mind this evening is, how much of a determinant will voter apathy be on these elections?
Well, that's an interesting question. Voter apathy is certainly a worry for any party who is concerned that by reason of its voters not coming out in their numbers, it could actually lose the election. The reason is simply the fact that if you have a stronghold and you do not have your voters coming out in their numbers to vote for you, what it simply means is that while you probably may still win in terms of the absolute numbers of the votes that are counted at these polling stations, because you have to win the totality of votes cast in Ghana, 50 plus 1, in order to become the president, you will certainly be worried, because every vote lost by reason of apathy undermines your prospect of winning the election. So voter apathy is certainly a worry. It's also important for us to remember, and I've just tied that in with the question that was asked earlier about figures, among others, but it's important for us to also remember that demographic configurations may change a number of things. First of all, we have a lot of rural-urban migration and drifts. And I'm sure in the last 4 years, for instance, we've had major drift of people moving from the rural areas into the urban areas. And one of my colleagues mentioned, Dr. Bowley, mentioned earlier, that once, in the case of the MPP, they tend to do well in, say, the urban areas. Right. And so the question may be asked, assuming that statement is really informed by research, the question is, do we have a situation where we're going to have changes in the voting patterns of these people, assuming they come to, say, the urban areas? And is that going to also affect the fortunes of parties that survive or that do well in the rural areas?
And just to buttress that point, after the recent registration exercise, we had a lot more people added onto the voters register, so it means that in every constituency, the numbers have increased.
Correct. So in terms of back to the question of whether apathy can actually affect the prospects of electorate, certainly it can. I think some people drew the conclusion that in the 2008 election, or no, I think yes, the 2008 election,
right.
that in the 2008 election, for instance, the NPP was undone by voter apathy.
Right.
Again, I'm not sure. The good thing
where we're told that they just need to fill up the Accra Sports Stadium and then they'll be winners of the elections.
Well, the
pendulum just swung.
The thing about Ghanaians is that we're very good at making up, absolute and salutary statements without research. And so some of these things, they may look on the surface of it as if it is what it is. In a country where political parties have very weak research offices, a number of these things are not informed by scientific research. But assuming it is true that indeed the MPP, for instance, was undone by voter apathy, the question is, to what extent would the situation or the change of it affect their fortunes this time? And again, in terms of the NDC, assuming that they had high voter enthusiasm, to what extent will a change in that situation or the sameness of it affect the voting situation as far as the parties are concerned. Certainly, voter apathy is a major issue in the fortunes of parties, if especially this happens in your strongholds.
And Edgar, if I'm to make a deduction from what Mr. Abochi is saying, is that to suggest that often when there's voter apathy, it tends to impact more on the incumbent?
Of course, I mean, because you are in there, you know, one of the things that we must appreciate is the fact that for the opposition, they want to come to power. So everyone with the opposition would want to put their weight in there. So the apathy would normally hit the incumbents, right? And there could be varying reasons why the apathy, you know, is taking place. You get it? So normally, and just as Mr. Abochi said, yes, you want to make reference to the 2008, you know, elections. One of the things that you come to realize is that, yes, unfortunately in this country, we make certain statements for whatever, you know, assumptions without any scientific base. But to some extent, when you look at a certain trend or what is happening on the ground, you are inclined to believe so. Why? Because let's look at it, for instance. In the 2008 elections, right, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, how many parties that were, you know, vying for the Flagstaff House? Good. The NPP won the round 1 by 49-something%. And I think the difference in terms of figures was about 23,000 or something to hit the 50.1, you know, %. But then when you look at it on regional basis, you realize that the NPP stronghold being the Ashanti region, right? The votes there were not what normally adds up to their basket. That when you went for the second round, you realize that their votes went up drastically, which means that apathy issue probably, you know, happened during the first round. But then the second round, you realize that their votes went high up, which means that more people came in to vote. But the difference too was that the other political parties, they were in the race to get rid of the NPP. So if now we've gotten to a level where it is only 2 parties, then the common analogy was that, okay, then let's join the other party so that we can get rid of the NPP. So that also shot Professor Mills's votes to a certain level. And that, of course, made them get rid of the NPP, irrespective of the fact that the NPP's votes went up by a huge figure. So what the question is that, so initially, if these votes had come in the first round, the NPP would have won the elections. So voter apathy is something that will normally hit the, as I said, the incumbent. Because as I said, for the opposition, they have nothing to lose. All they want is power. So at the end of the day, they all come in. But the apathy will come in, and then the reasons why the apathy comes in becomes another subject altogether.
Mr. Odro, some have also said that it's going to be a straight fight between the 2 major parties, the NDC and the NPP, especially when you look at the figures that have been coming out from these elections. When you combine all of the other contenders, it's so insignificant.
Absolutely. I think that I can confidently write off. Maybe something can happen, but otherwise, if we want to go by the figures we are seeing now, I think it should be safe for anybody to write off the remaining parties and just leave the 2 leading parties. I have looked at some figures, right? I've looked at some figures. Every incumbent president in Ghana has gotten a reduced percentage on the second term. And that is what makes me scared this year. So if you look at Efo Rollins, the first term, the second term, the votes came down. Kufuor, it was the same thing. We didn't see, save for what do we call it, runoff elections, which in those cases it will be just 2 candidates, and so you will see the votes, the percentage go. So if you look at that and you look at the trends of how these things are going to be. If NDC won the previous election by 50.7%, and in each year, if the incumbent loses some votes, of course, we just talked about apathy and why people will not vote, for example, then there's something to expect in this election. Voter apathy might come as a result of a couple of things. One of it is that people in our elections, people tie up elections to their personal well-being in terms of material gain.
And so oftentimes they are prepared to forgive you after 4 years if they don't find things are working the way they want. But after 8 years, if they don't find that, then they are extremely worried. And many of them, if they will not vote for your opponent, they will not go to vote. So we are likely to see a lot of voter apathy this year if we want to go by the previous years where parties that are winning actually get reduced percentages. So if that is anything we can talk about, then this election can be pretty complex. I was hoping, even though I don't want to think about a runoff, but I was hoping that Papa Kusindum was going to change the dynamics.
I was just going to ask Mr. Odo that question, whether or not you're surprised about the kind of figures that somebody like Dr. Indum is recording.
Our political system is quite funny. As much as a lot of parties don't want to accept, we virtually having a two-party political system. The fact is that in subsequent elections, the two parties are doing better than all the rest put together. And if you look at what the parties, the continuous fragmentation of even these parties that are not already strong, you are wondering why they keep on doing that until the so-called smaller parties begin to consolidate by working together and building themselves up. I think maybe they should forget about ever getting, say, 5% for us to take them serious. But then there was an earlier point about voter apathy that I want to make a little point about. You see, we're talking about voter apathy. It may or may not be so. Mr. Bochi rightly pointed to the need to back some of our points with scientific research. You see, have we looked at our voter register, the electoral roll we're using? Now, apparently, we have about 15 million on it. How many people are dead on that voter register? So, if I've been very interested in the figures that are coming, I've been very interested in voter turnout. Is it apathy or it's because the people are just not there? These are the key things we need to also start looking at. Otherwise, we might think there is voter apathy when indeed it is the people are just not there to vote. And that's the...
Mr. Bochi, how important is that point?
It's important. Absolutely important. As I indicated, if we have no clue on who actually is alive to vote on that ballot, who has permanently relocated from Ghana, who is simply, not there for whatever reason to vote, if we have no clue, then we are just on the face of it going to conclude that whoever did not show up at the polling station is simply not interested. That may obviously be an imprecise conclusion because we do not have the actual data to make that conclusion. But there's an interesting point he raised in respect of, and that was in relation to the question of whether or not the smaller parties can do anything, and particularly whether the candidature of Dr. Papa Kusindum, has disappointed. I think he has disappointed, and part of the reason he has disappointed is simply because he appears to be swimming against the tide. As a person, he's fantastic. As a person, Dr. Papa Kusindum is probably the president Ghana would never have.
Absolutely.
He is the president that, if you ask me, and I'm just speaking my personal opinion, he's the president that probably we should have had sometime. But for some reason, we may never have. And part of the reason for that is because he's swimming against the tide. This country from day one, from 1957, started as a two-party state. All the other parties who had joined the race just came to make the party look a little bigger and nicer than it actually is. But the reality is that from the CPP with the NLM, from the CPP days right down through the UP days, all the way down, it has always been two parties being frontrunners. And the reality is that with the coming of the NDC, all the Nkrumahist parties, which have been trying to fight against the NDC till today, from the PHP days till today, all these parties are living, they're living a fantasy. Because the reality is that their base has been swallowed by the NDC, and until they become a part of the NDC, they have not been able to assert that authority to fragment the vote between them and the NDC. And they have just become, part of the party without really being there. And if you pay careful attention, the NPP, on the other hand, has not had that much of fragmentation. They've not had, and part of the reason is because it is the it's the NDC which came and took over Nkrumahism. But the UP tradition haven't had that challenge, and that's part of the reason why they appear to be unified. So I think the NDC, in reality, has come to represent Nkrumahism, and I think that acceptance, that reality, should dawn on these parties for them to present unified front stand to continue on this track. Otherwise, we're going to have candidates like Dr. Papa Kwesi Ndom, whom, as a person, appears fantastic, but the machinery is simply not there.
I'm going to come back so we do a lot more analysis as the results begin to trickle in here at your election command center. I'm just being told that we've got some figures coming in from the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency. My colleague Steve Ante is standing by at the News Hub. Steve, if you're there, you can take it over.
Right, thanks very much, Pakwisi Asari there. This is still your Election Command Center. And you can follow us live on Election Command Center gh.com, where you will get all the updates coming, streaming live. You can also watch us streaming live, and you can join our discussion on social media, News on TV3 on Facebook and News on TV3 on Twitter. Let us hear from you. Let's go quickly to Ayawaso West Wogon, where Kukua Mensah is standing by with update coming in from there. So, Kukua Mensah, what's the situation there? What are the results looking like?
Okay, from the Ayawaso West Wogon, this is the updated results. They've been releasing them in bed, but this is a very updated one. For the CPP, they are having 11 votes, and that is calculated into 0.25%. The NDP has 3 votes, which is 0.07%. NDC has 1,671 votes, 7.32%. PPP has 74 votes, that is 1.65%. NPP has 2,697 votes, which is 60.24%. PNC 3 votes, which is 0.07%, and then the independent candidate has 0 votes, which is 0%. But I have to clarify also that this is a collation for 12 polling centers out of the 138 polling centers.
So a lot more are expected to come in.
So we have about 126 more
to go,
which they are yet to collate. And out of, they've been able to have the number of registered voters for the particular constituency is 88,736.
That's
so
a huge
the votes
number
that they've been able to count to be voted are 4,459. And out of these 4,459, they've been able to have this breakdown. Rejected ballots so far are 18, and then that's basically it. So the results now is for 12 polling centers. There are still more to come. So there's not conclusive. They keep, like I said, they keep releasing them in bits, but this is the latest one. And
right.
Yes.
Right, Kukwa, thanks very much. Kukwa, but before you go, I need to hear from you. Aside the results that are coming in from 12 polling centers, what other things are happening in terms of security presence, in terms of party supporters and agents, general activity at the collation center? How is it like?
The place is generally cool. As a matter of fact, I know there are security people around, but they are all resting a bit because the people are very organized. Everybody is well behaved. They are just waiting. They are looking on the projector which releases the results in bed. If they see anything, those that want to jubilate. Everybody is calm.
Right, Kukwa Mensah. I think we lost Kukwa Mensah, but thanks very much anyway for the update. Martin is here. Martin, so Ayawaso West Wogon is huge. Kukwa is reporting that 12 polling centers have come in so far, and we're expecting more.
And she went there earlier today. We spoke to her, and she obviously said that generally there has been some peace and calm about the voting exercise.
Which is what we want across the country. There's nothing much anyone can do now except just wait.
Clearly, I think we would want to applaud Ghanaians for a very perfect work done.
Right, Martin, I beg your pardon, we have to hold on. We're getting some development coming in from Asawasi in the Ashanti region. You can see visuals there in the background. We hear there is some confusion there. We're trying to go to our reporter on the ground to give us update on exactly what is happening. But these are visuals that are coming in, and you could see Kofi Edudumfe is there now for us. Kofi, good evening and thank you. So Asawasi, it appears to be boiling.
Area is so huge. It's a center of attraction in the whole of the Ashanti region, where people have gathered here in their numbers to observe the collation process. Now, I can tell you the whole place is masked up with a good number of people who are trying to understand what is really happening here. I can tell you for now that there's a bit of commotion currently happening here at Asawasi, where one polling agent attempted breaking into two boxes, that's two ballot boxes, and the MPP is trying to engage the various agencies to understand why exactly this attempt went through. There is a bit of confusion here, and people are arguing over the ballot boxes being opened. I can tell you for a fact that outside of the Asawasi constituency, in the collation center, people have massed up trying to get the final results of what is happening here at the constituency collation center. Now I want to understand exactly what is happening here, and this is all of arguments here at the constituency.
No more recounts.
So the confusion here is that two ballot boxes have been broken into by a polling agent of the NDC, and the NPP agents here are trying to protest this attempt to break into these ballot boxes.
When it was sealed, it's sealed. No more. You don't have the right to open it. Yeah, no one has the right to open it unless they
So that is the confusion here. An NDC candidate breaking into two of the seals, apparently to remove the pink sheet that were deposited into these ballot boxes. The confusion is still raging currently, and I'm trying to understand exactly whether they are trying to reach a compromise on this. So what is the confusion here?
The confusion is open there. He cut the seal number with that. The experience of the agent of MPP.
Our agent is not around. When he was opening the ballot box. And he is telling us that we should call the agent to come so that he will check and see whether the number tallies with what he has on the paper. But we are saying that as far as we open the box and our agent is not around, then we are not accepting it.
Has the documents already not been collected by the agency?
No, not yet. No, not yet.
No,
not yet.
No, at all.
No. So we are not accepting this particular box.
So these boxes, where are they from? Where are these boxes from? Okay, so that is the presidential for Malam Mutawakulu, Kotia line B, and the second one is also from the same parliamentary, that's Kotialan line B. So the NPP agents they are not going to accept the counting of these sealed ballot boxes.
We are not accepting. This time around, we are not going to the Supreme Court. We are not going there because the EC has made us to understand that Elections are won at the police station. And so we are winning it at the police station. So we are not accepting this.
The law is there. Even there, before you, this box is sent at the police station. All the agents have given educated. Everything, they have been educated. How the thing will go. And why now you are going to say you want, and when it was sent, nobody will.
Next time, when DC is recruiting members, they should look for.
Okay, so the tension is mounting here at the Aswanse constituency. Already, I must say that the place is already agog with a good number of people who are trying to understand exactly what is happening here at the constituency. And the presiding officer is here to understand what the situation is. Are you going to accept this as the NPP is protesting?
Please, all I'm saying is that when we send it to the correction center, their agent was not around. And the officer from UC, he asked us that I should open it so that yes, so that listen to me, so that all the papers will be put in the ballot box and seal it, but their agent was nowhere to be found. So when we were sealing it, then they, one of them came in and said, "Why have you opened it?" And I explained that with your agent, he has gone. And it can be found, but there is the need for them to do the correction. So all that you can do is that you call your agent and let the person comes so that when he comes there, then we will verify if you are tempered with the voters vote in this, and they are saying that no.
Why didn't you approach any of the executives here before allowing somebody to tamper with this?
So he asked us to do it. That's why I did. That's why I did it.
So that's the explanation from the presiding officer here at the Aswanse constituency. I must say this is raising tensions here at the Aswanse constituency. Right at the entrance of this gate, there are a good number of people who are really attempting to even enter into the collation center to understand exactly what is happening at the collation center. But as the situation is now, there are long queues, very long queues of polling agents and electoral officers trying to get their ballot boxes collected here at the center. And it's going to be a very long night here. Hopefully this anomaly that is currently being recorded will not mar the process here at Aswanse, which is keenly under contention.
Right, thanks very much. Kofi Edu Dumfe is Ashanti Region and Northern Region Bureau Chief for TV3. He himself, the big boss, is on the ground at Aswanse, where we've seen some skirmishes, skirmishes there. And it's Martin, you were telling me that pretty much it's not quite okay to be using active adjectives like boiling but
yes.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so the police wasn't boiling, but a couple of skirmishes there, such misunderstandings.
And I think that we can applaud even the opposition who are saying that they are not going to accept it. It could have easily escalated into fisticuffs.
Yes.
But I like the fact that they are trying to use verbal means of trying to resolve the issue.
Negotiation.
Yes.
Get to hear his version.
The fact that it's even late, shows that people are tired and stressed. But as much as possible, we are grateful that it's just 2 boxes that are under contention. They should try and resolve the issue amicably. And then hopefully in the next few minutes, we should be able to know what is happening in
there.
That
right,
particular
so Martin there and Kofi Edu Dumfe. Let's go back to the command center where Pakwesi Asare is standing by to continue with the discussions. Pakwesi Asare, so I'm sure you've been following the situation at Aswanse as reported by Kofi Edu Dumfe. So that's the picture there. Let's hear what your guests have to say about that.
Bringing you all the details of results coming in from collation centers scattered across the country. We've got our reporters scattered across the 275 constituencies, as well as reporters and correspondents embedded with the various presidential candidates. We'll be bringing you their reactions to results as and when they are declared. But let me get back to my in-studio guest, Dr. Justice Baole is a political scientist, Fred Ejakodro is a governance analyst, Edgar Redu an insurer, and lawyer Kofi Abochi, he's dean of the law school at Gimpa. So we're talking about voting and the trends and apathy and how much of a determinant it will be for this year's elections, and also for the input of the smaller parties. And we've said that most of them have been a disappointment, especially when you look at the figures that's being turned out from this year's elections. So considering all that we're talking about and all that we're seeing, Edgar, do you foresee a runoff, a possible runoff, which perhaps will be attributed to the gains from the smaller parties?
Well, from all the, should I say, all the surveys and the predictions and what have you that came around, none of them talked about a runoff. They all talked about a one-touch victory. And from the way the figures are going, it tends to, you know, towards that line.
A one-touch victory.
Because,
okay.
you know, I think for some funny reason, most people, I want to believe, thought that Indum was going to make some serious impacts and then turn the tables round. But sadly enough, the picture is something different now. And even there was one polling station from, is it KEA? And I saw him getting a figure about 63. I was like,
right.
I mean, no, something is...
Which is his own home ground.
His own home ground. I mean, he's been an MP for that area before and an assemblyman and what have you. So it's a little bit disturbing. We don't have the scientific basis as at now, but of course, some kind of job needs to go in there to find out why it, you know, happened so. But I think that is where I want to, you know, lead credence to what my brother Kofi Abochi was trying to say, that look, we must come and accept the reality on the ground today, that yes, Indum is a nice gentleman, he's got what it takes to do this, what it takes to do that, but what it takes to be a president.
He remains a nice gentleman in the books, on the books.
Yes.
Okay.
But the angle where he stands to be a president is not something that is going to happen. So what? Is he going to join the NDC or join the MPP or what have you? These are issues that one needs to be very real and practical, and then look at it.
Mr. Bush, I'm going to ask you a question, and then I'll elicit responses from all three of you. Again, pollsters have suggested that the eventual winner of this year's elections will necessarily have to sweep majority of the seats in Parliament. How much of truism is that also? There's
an inextricable connection between parliamentary votes.
Well, we nearly had an opposite of that in 2008.
Sorry?
We nearly had an opposite of that in 2008.
We nearly did. But 2008 at this stage, you can say, stands in isolation. And while we possibly can have that repeated, the reality is that there is a certain connection between parliamentary votes and presidential votes. A chunk of people who vote for a parliamentary candidate
won't necessarily
vote for the presidential candidate. That connection could be psychological. Somebody goes into the booth and thumbprints a particular political party, he goes to the other one, just feels, you know, obligated. That, look, I'm voting for the presidential. It's going to be a government. The government needs to have the parliamentarians to work with.
So even beyond that, people don't, how do you call it, skirt and blouse, and they always try to say, don't do skirt and blouse.
Correct. So that connection is there. And I think that the reality is that while it is very possible for us to have a parliament which is opposite, and I think, in my opinion, if you ask me, that is my dream. I do hope that that happens one of these days. Right. Everybody has said that in the Fourth Republic, the institution that hasn't lived up to the billing is Parliament.
That Parliament has become a rubber stamp.
Correct. Part of the reason for that is because we've consistently had a majority party in Parliament whose government is in the executive. Now, there's a certain feeling of obligation that we have to support our government to succeed, and that leads to the perception of rubber stamping. Maybe we get to a point where if we have the opposite, the opposite scenario, and of course in this case Parliament doesn't become obstructive, but actually becomes the real oversight institution that one expects it to be. I think that is where we actually can say that we
But you see, we had a fine opportunity of testing that in 2008. And how does the NPP try to convince the electorate it just didn't work?
Well, because in the second round, the NPP, again, the same position happened. The NPP in the second round could not garner the votes to become the government. Yeah. So the party that garnered the vote, which is the NDC, ended up getting the parliamentarians.
Well, because psychologically, the NDC said that they had the majority in parliament.
Correct. And that could have partly, who knows? Again, there's no scientific research to this. But that could have partly induced their winning the election. Because the electors, to a point, are constructive sometimes in their decision making. The thinking is, do you want to have a parliament which is opposite? And that may be obstructive, and by reason of which you have a breakdown in government. And so sometimes politicians, for want of a better word, exploit the process, tell electorates that, listen, you've given us parliament, and that was the message. You've given us parliament, now give us the executive so we can deliver.
I'm going to get responses from all of you on this subject, and I'll come back to you to that all-important question. I've had a lot of talk about the silent majority. Are they going to be the ones determining the outcome of this year's elections? Mr. Joe, let me take your thoughts on this issue about what Mr. Abochi just spoke about.
Well, I have a different opinion from the earlier views about
who wins Parliament eventually becomes a winner.
Yes. I believe that the NPP particularly stands a grave danger of winning the presidency and not having the parliament because of the kind of changes we've had to the number of parliamentary seats and the way some of our seats have also been carved out.
The gerrymandering or whatever that happened.
I'm very careful using that word. I'm very, very careful using that word. But if you trace the creation of new constituencies over the period, and particularly the last creation, I believe that it favors the NDC to a very large extent. So it is very possible that MPP can win the presidency because they would have won the popular votes, but they will lose the house, the parliament, because they may not be able to win those pockets that will give them the kind of...
But they would have to do that in a one-touch victory.
Well, it can happen. I believe that can happen. The MPP can win a one-touch victory and still not have a majority in parliament. That is what I sincerely believe. But again, as the tone we set from the onset, this needs there must be some work done on this to arrive at a conclusive point. But it's been lingering on my mind for quite a long time. The way we some of our... You can look at certain constituencies and say without equivocation that, oh, this seat is going to be won by this party, no matter who wins the presidency. So these things can give you an inkling as to the real possibility of having a president not having a majority.
Mr. Bowley, do you share similar sentiments?
Well, I do. I have actually hoped that we got that the last time, so that, especially in 2008, I really prayed that we got that. Because I had gotten a sense that it will create some sanity in our body politic. But as I grew a bit more, I realized that it probably will be something that we would hope for, and we might get it one day, but it will
perhaps
not address...
in our next world.
It will not... No, we might get it very soon, or one day, but it will not address our problem. It won't, because the executive will still control the purse, the parliamentarian will still remain the Ghanaian parliamentarian who, one, wants development for his constituency, two, wants
and would have to lobby the executive.
Exactly, and two, who wants to be able to say...
Well, the question of whether the executive will control the purse is debatable. Because remember, the purse is actually controlled from Parliament. The executive initiates the process. So the budget, taxes, all of them Parliament.
I agree with you.
And so if there is no dynamic in terms of cooperation and collaboration, actually the Parliament can collapse the executive. And that's the scenario that happened in 79, which is why we... Yeah, sorry.
I honestly like this discussion, because I have been thinking a lot about it. Right. But what I see, what our parliamentarians do is the self, the projection of self and the self aspiration rather than the national interest. So if you get a parliamentarian who is excited about, for example, been able to mobilize a lot of resources. And we have heard stories, I'm not sure how many of them we have evidence to back. We have heard stories about the executive, for example, paying up MPs to pass bills or to come along with them, the opposition MPs to come along with them when some important decisions have to be made. So I get a sense that if we got a group of parliamentarians who want to stand up to the national cause, extremely important that this point my colleagues made would be something that would inure to the benefit of Ghana.
Edgar,
but however, if we got a parliament where the individuals are seeking to project themselves to save money to be able to go back and win their seats, you might just get the president and his ministers buy all of them off with some paltry sums of money, and they will continue to do the bidding of the president. It's something we can continue to talk about.
Wouldn't that be as difficult as Dr. Abuchi would say, Dr. Indom becoming president of Ghana? Is it not an arrangement we perhaps will never have?
No, you see, first of all, let's understand one thing, that I need always ask the question, why do people want to go into parliament? Why do people want power? You get it? Because we could also ask the question, what about an independent candidate becoming the president? He hasn't got any control over parliament, but parliament has to work. And then they got to make sure that the nation moves on. You understand? But you see, as it stands today, if you want to look at all that is going on in parliament, from the beginning of time to date, it tells you that the guys in parliament are not their own men. They are not their own men, because certain things that you should be able, for instance, if MPP is in office, I don't see why you can just tell the president that, Mr. President, for this particular thing, I think you're wrong. I've never seen it happen. I've never seen it happen in NDC. To say for this particular thing is wrong. It tells you that they always have a certain motive. They have a certain right for being there.
I can tell you to hold on for me while I go to Studio C at our news hub. We've got some developing news coming in. We'll return to talk about the issue of the silent majority and whether or not they will determine the outcome of this year's elections.
Right, so Pakwesi, sorry, thanks very much. This is still your Election Command Center. And I'm here with Martin. Martin, we have some presidential results, provisional, coming in from the Electoral Commission and our Election Command Center. We are collating these figures. So, Martin, let's see what you have.
Absolutely, yes.
You have Jirapa from the Upper West region.
Yep.
And
figures,
other constituencies.
What's happening, Steve? Pretty interesting. We have results coming in, and these are still provisional, but they look more bulky in nature. So we want to go to the Upper West first, where we are talking about some key areas. For instance, Jirapa, which is the constituency that currently is standing for the National Democratic Congress. So this is the presidential results for the Jirapa constituency.
So far, still yes, provisional.
A number of them are still coming, but the ones that have been collated so far. And President John Dramani Mahama seems to be in quite a good standing of 77.6%
of what has come out
of
so
the
far.
Results that have come in. Presidential
so he
results.
Is leading.
Yes, that particular constituency. And he's followed by Nana Akufo-Addo, who has 15.58%, and the total number is 354
That's a huge gap
votes. Yes,
Jirapa.
Quite a substantial number. So we are still waiting for the final number of...
but so far, these are what we have.
Yes, those are the numbers that we have. Let's go to Pusiga, which is in the Upper East region. And quickly... that has also come in, and that is also presidential. So we want to quickly look at that. For Pusiga, which has come in, the result has also turned up in favor of the New Patriotic Party. This time around, they don't seem to have done well again, because if you look at the figures we have...
in favor of the NDC.
In favor of the NDC. The NDC's candidate, that is John Dramani Mahama, has 69.53%. And this, again, are the few numbers we have.
We have
so far. Those are the ones we have. So there's a very likelihood that by close of day, we would have the entire
a clear
figures.
picture of what happened. But do we have parliamentary for
Absolutely, for Pusiga. Yes, parliamentary provisional results. There they are. And that is a very close call.
It is.
For the NPP's candidate, Osman Ayuba, he has 45.33%, and the NDC's Ayamba Ayi, he has 43.0, very close call.
Leading
but again,
so far.
These are the numbers, a few that
and
have
you
come
do know,
in so
we do know
far.
also that the parliamentary is a simple majority.
Yes,
so
yes. So
even if you get +1,
if it ends this way, then it's likely that the
Osman
NPP's candidate
Ayuba
is likely to go through. Let's go to the Western region now. Very interesting developments in the Western region for now, and the results
you do
we
know,
have.
you do know that Western region and Central region and Greater Accra regions have been the swing regions in successive elections from 2008, 2012, and so we're seeing if that trend continues. Then there could be some swings, and
you're very right. And
in these regions,
they have determined almost all the major elections. They actually four: Central, Western, Eastern. Central, Western, and then also Greater Accra region. They have almost always determined how the voting pattern swings.
This is a region to watch.
Yes, the Western region. It is swinging as we speak, but the provisional figures we have, especially for the likes of Elembele, where we have, Elembele, we know that as we speak, it is for the candidate. This is for parliamentary, but let's look at the presidential. For the presidential,
what this means is that we don't have the collated results for parliamentary yet.
Wow, yes, but then the few that have come in so far is going for the presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and he has 57.20%, and he's followed closely by President Mahama, 41.68%. These are the results that have come in so far. We are waiting.
We must emphasize that these are provisional results so far coming in, just so that our viewers will have a better understanding that
of how
this
the
is
figures
results we're collecting, work in progress, kind of.
So we'll stay in the Western region, but then we want to go to the Shama constituency. And in Shama, for instance, what we are being told is that it is also looking for the provisional. The figures that have come in are in favor of the New Patriotic Party's presidential candidate, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. He has 55%. But for 2012, the figures were in favor of the NDC. So comparatively, the figures we have so far seem to have gone in favor of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and President Mahama has got some 67%, I beg your pardon. So these are very few numbers, but so far these are the figures we have. We have a lot more figures coming in. You'd want to stay with us because we would try to make sense out of them for you, and would compare to all the years that we've held elections in Ghana, and then you can then be able to understand and see where it goes. So yes, when we go back to the Upper West region, Lambusi Kanye, you remember that we mentioned that at Kanye, which is one of the communities there, the people said that they were not going to vote because of some demarcation issues they had with, that should actually be in the Upper West region, I beg your pardon. And that particular community, none of them turned up to vote. The EC spoke about it, but let's find out the parts of Lambusi Kane that voted. The figures have
You're speaking as if you know
far.
the area.
Yeah,
Lambusi Kane, you have been there, right?
And the confusion has had to do with land demarcation, because the Kane people said that someone had gone to court to take their name out of the constituency's name. But the provisional results we have so far for presidential, President John Dramani Mahama has 66.6%. He looks to be in a good lead. And then followed by Nana Akufo-Addo, 31.57%. And again, so far, these are the figures that we are getting. And a lot more of them are coming. It is taking shape nicely, and I will certainly come to you we'll bring them to you. And these are the other candidates, what they are getting for the presidential. Let's check out what, for instance, Nana Addo Dankwa, Nana Konedo Ajiman-Rawlings of the NDP. She managed 8 votes, which translates to about 0.27%. And Joseph Osei-Yeboah, who is Jacob Osei-Yeboah, the independent candidate, he got some 0.17%, managed 5 votes. So again, so far, these are the results coming in from the various constituencies. So a lot more are coming in. We'll make sense to them, of all of them for you. So, and again, we have men and women dotted at the various collation centers, and the Electoral Commission would also be announcing the total figure in the next few minutes, and we are monitoring every word they will say and every constituency that will be declared. We'll put them on the screens for you at home to be able to understand it. It is actually Thursday, in case you may not be aware. This is Thursday, and this is your election command center. So we go to the phone lines now.
Yes, we have Benjamin William Peters from the Western region. He's joining us. So, Mr. Peters, how are you, sir?
I'm fine. Bob.
It must be a very busy day for you. So, what's happening where you are?
Yeah, I'm still at the Sekendi constituency, precisely at the Methodist Senior High School. That is the collation center for the Sekendi constituency. And over here in the constituency, we have 68 polling stations. And out of the 68 polling stations, so far, we've had 64 results in at the collation center. And out of the 64 results for the presidential, the CPP had 28, CPP 28, NDP 13, NDP 13, NDC 9,280, NDC 9,280, PPP 385, PPP 385, NPP 17,198, NPP 17,198, PNC 12, then independent, that is Joy, had 6. The total valid vote is 26,922. Total valid vote 26,922, and there were 183 rejected ballots, 183. For the parliamentary, the PPP had 290, PPP 290, NDC 10,317, NDC 10,317, NPP 15,788, NPP 15,788. Then the CPP had 93. The total valid vote is 26,486, and there was 118 rejected. So so far, these are the results from 64 out of the 68 polling stations over here in the Sekendi constituency.
Okay, so for the Sekendi, we're expecting 4 more. What's causing the delay for this 4, or they're not yet in?
They are not yet in.
Right, Benjamin William Peters, we're grateful. Benjamin is reporting to us from the Collation Center for the Sekendi constituency. Martin, the results coming in from Sekendi, 54 out of 58 so far, and it does appear that it's going for the MPP for both presidential and parliamentary.
Yeah.
That's Sekendi is Western region.
Yes, Western region.
So we're talking about Western as a swing.
Absolutely.
One of the swing regions.
Yes, and for that particular seat, that's where we have, I think, Papa Uzwankuma. So it's already an NPP seat. So we would imagine that they have just retained the seat. And so would also go back there and trying to do some trend analysis of how the Western region has voted this time around. But let's go to that most popular constituency in the Greater Accra region. We're talking about Ododo constituency, and Daniel Opoku, TV3's reporter, is there. Daniel, good evening, in fact, good morning, and thank you for joining us. What can you tell us?
Now, good morning to you. Ododo constituency has 173 polling stations. Now, 17 have been certified at the collation center by the presiding officers or the returning officer, the district electoral officer. 17 have been satisfied out of 173. And out of the 17, NDC, National Democratic Congress, has 2,190. 2,190 for NDC. I repeat, 2,190. And NPP has 1,526. NPP, 1,526. CPP has 21 out of the 17 which have been certified so far. CPP scored 21. APC, that's Dr. Hassan Yaraga's party, APC, got 3. I'm giving you parliamentary results.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm giving you parliamentary results.
So
APC got 3.
Okay.
APC 3, and then PPP, Dr. Papakwesi Indum, FESI 3. These are parliamentary results, certified parliamentary results. 17 out of 173 polling stations at Ododo. The valid vote cast is 4,269. 4,269 is 4,269.
Okay.
Rejected votes. Registered, those who registered to vote is 6,564. 6,564. And turnout was 65.04%. So these are the certified figures for parliamentary results.
Okay.
As for the Ododo constituency, they are still working on the presidential results, and if I get the presidential results, I will lay them bare to our various listeners.
Thank you very much, Daniel Opoku. He is at the Ododo constituency here in the Greater Accra region. And for this one, we cannot even try to get at all.
17 out of 173 is quite a lot more to go, and there's a big constituency there. So we were talking about Western region and the results that have come in for Secondary 54, and we do know that's Papa also Ankomasa constituency, and it does appear that they have retained for parliamentary. It does appear with 54 that there's a marginal lead. Well, not marginal, a lot. It's a 5,000 difference between the two, NDC and MPP. So we are expecting the four more come and they all go to NDC. Then they may possibly
close the gap.
Otherwise,
does it look like they could overturn it?
I'm not sure.
Okay,
4
so
is not much. So if these 4 constituencies are polling stations, are small polling stations, then the numbers expected there averagely could be 150 plus or maximum 500. So
we'll look at that as well.
So this is still your election command center, and I'm here with Martin. We're going through the figures that are coming in, and you can join our discussion by going to our election command center website, www.electioncommandcentergh.com. We're streaming live there, and you can follow all the results that are coming in. We will be inputting certified results there. So if you go there and there are no results, don't panic. You're following us here, and you can also join us on facebook.com/news on TV3. It's now time for us to cross over to the command center. That's the nerve center of our election coverage. And Pakwesi Asare is there.
Thanks very much, guys. And you just reminded me, Martin, that it's Thursday already. I nearly forgot about that. It's Thursday. We're still covering the elections live from our election command center. We're bringing you up-to-the-minute information on all the stories making rounds in this year's general elections. We've got reporters scattered across the length and breadth of the country, 275 constituencies across the country. We've also got reporters who are embedded with the various presidential candidates, and we'll bring you reactions from them with regards to the outcome of this year's elections. I'll still be joining my men in the studio. Lawyer Kofi Abochi has just taken leave of us. In studio, we've got Fred Ejaku, is a governance analyst. Dr. Justice Baule is a political scientist, and Edgar Redu, who's an insurer. I wanted us to talk about, I'm just being told we've got to go back to the news hub. We've got another breaking news. Steve and Martin, take it over.
Right, all right, thank you very much, Pakwesi Asare. Okay, so the news we have is a statement from the John Dramani Mahama campaign team, and they are urging their supporters to remain calm in the face of figures being thrown and bandied about on social media and by some media houses because they are polling station results. So I'll read portions of the statement, then we'll talk to the campaign coordinator, Madam Joyce Bawa Mokhtari, who has joined us on the phone line. Part of the statement says the John Mahama campaign for 2016 wishes to congratulate its team and supporters, sympathizers, and the voting public for the impressive turnout and vote for President Mahama. We recognized also that the voting process was very smooth and orderly. Voters comported themselves well despite some isolated incidents and delayed start of voting at a number of polling stations. We also acknowledge the decision of the Electoral Commission to extend voting in their Front Plain South constituency and the reopening of the polls in German North constituency tomorrow. But the part of the statement that caught my attention is where it says, with the details we have from our parallel vote tabulation, President John Dramani Mahama is in a comfortable lead, and we encourage all supporters to wait for the Electoral Commission as it receives and releases the verified results to the media via its collation and media centers. Madam Joyce Bawa Mukhtari has joined us on the line. Madam, good evening and good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Martin, and good morning to all of you.
Right, to start with, what is the mood in the camp of President John Dramani Mahama and the campaign team?
Well, thank you very much. We are actually very, very upbeat as we await the outcome of the election results.
Right, and how's the president himself?
Well, he's actually in very, very good spirits. You do know that this is an individual who was actually contested in several elections as a member of parliament, as a running mate, and of course, as president. So he's actually very, very upbeat as we await the outcome of the election. Indeed, it's been a very, very long night. We've actually entered the morning of the 8th, and we're still waiting for the results to be declared.
Right. Quite a number of figures have been bandied about, and the media have been trying to make sense of these numbers. How are these numbers hitting the campaign team? Are they looking good for the NDC?
Well, I think that so far, each and every political party actually has its own ways of, finding out these things. But I do also know that most of the results we've received for the time being are all provisional results, that indeed no complement actually of a full constituency has actually been received just yet. So it will be actually premature for us to start to put out all sorts of results. You know, one thing I've noticed about elections really, and it's very interesting, is actually like a pendulum. You think someone's in the lead and then it swings next. You think someone is winning and then something else goes on. So seriously, what I would actually call for is that we all await the outcome of a final declaration by the Electoral Commission. Indeed, we know that the National Democratic Congress has a comfortable majority in Parliament. I do also know that chances are some may lose, others will win. There are some seats we lost in 2012 that I'm certain will be winning back again now in 2016. So certainly, the pendulum is still swinging. It's actually very early in the morning, and I'm sure in the next few hours a trend will start to emerge in terms of how well each of the political parties is doing. For our part, we remain upbeat, we remain optimistic. Indeed, we call on all our supporters to actually comport themselves in the face of extreme provocation. The same thing happened in 2008. Similar experiences occurred also in 2012. So I do know that now with all the sort of social media awareness and consciousness going on, several of these things will continue to happen. Indeed, most of the results we've received so far are actually provisional. We have not received the full complement for any region whatsoever. And as far as I know, no trend has emerged in terms of who is where or what is happening in which region.
Right, your
so
statement...
we still adopt a wait-and-see attitude as we progress.
Madam Mukhtari, your statement says that, and I'm quoting, with the details we have from our parallel vote tabulation, President John Dramani Mahama is in a comfortable lead, and we encourage all our supporters to wait for the Electoral Commission as it receives and releases the verified results, unquote. But beneath it, it says, let us continue to ignore and treat with contempt claims by some radio and TV stations announcing who is leading the pack. Are you not contradicting yourself here?
We're saying the same thing. That first and foremost, we all have our private means of gauging these things. We haven't put out any figures out there. In any case, the body mandated to do so has yet to do that. So the statement is specifically targeting all the media houses that are putting out statements that are not substantiated, statements that have not been validated by the Electoral Commission itself. Right. Above all, we have not received even results for the full complement of any constituency. So certainly, reports out there about provisional results, certified results, simply should not be believed.
Okay. All right, we thank you very much for speaking with us, and we wish the campaign team of President John Dramani Mahama well, and all keep our fingers crossed for the Electoral Commission as they prepare to also start announcing these results. Madam Joyce Bawa Mukhtari is a spokesperson of the John Dramani Mahama campaign for the 2016 elections, and clearly from this,
she went on to say that from the results they have, John Mahama is in a comfortable lead. That's a statement of confidence. So they must have something for which they're using that as a basis to speak. She also mentioned something to do with their members comporting themselves in the face of extreme provocation. That's something, you know. So what we don't know is the level of provocation that has existed at the various polling centers and then at the collation centers. Whatever it is, you saw the situation in Asawase. It's heated exchanges. People want to understand why somebody will break into a ballot box and all of that. So I think that these are tensed moments which all the political parties will have to just cool down and see the results coming out, and we'll see where it goes. And like she rightly said, by daybreak we'll have a fair idea of smoothness levels. Everybody will get to know.
Yeah, certainly. I think you couldn't have put it any better that we all need to stay calm and wait for the Electoral Commission to declare the certified results. And we here at TV3 are not speculating. Most of all the figures we have put out are figures from the polling stations, and now we are getting the collation center results, which have been, and I think we should also applaud the Electoral Commission for, the entire exercise. It is highly commendable, and I think today already the number of rejected ballots as compared to 2012 and previous
been reducing dramatically.
Very much reduced.
I mean, two,
and I think that's
impressive.
Fair, very, very impressive. And the Electoral Commission needs to be applauded for
I went through the voting process. because I was at work and I couldn't do the
early morning
special voting. So it means that after we finished the first shift on air in the morning, I went to my polling station, and because I was rushing, so I didn't take my voter ID card. So I went there without a voter ID card. All they needed was my name, my full name, which I gave them, and they traced it, and they found it, and then scanned. 3 minutes, I was done.
My exciting moment was when I put my thumb on it, and then it verified, and we're like, God, I'm going to vote. And I was excited about it. But also the fact that there are huge screens at the various collation centers for people to be able to see.
Right, Martin, I'm hearing that there are some skirmishes at Ayawa, and where Kukwa Mensah earlier joined us. So Kukwa, what's happening there now?
Happening here is there was a result that was just projected, an updated one. And at a certain polling center, especially polling center, I think the name of the polling center is it's quite dark, so I'm not able to read well. That is one of the polling centers around Legon, and the NDC had 75 votes. The CPP had over 1,000 votes. So one of the agents, which was the NDC, was drawing attention to the fact that it could be a swap, because he believed it is not possible for the CPP to have over 1,000 votes and the NDC would have 75 votes. Meanwhile, they had already displayed the updated percentages of the presidential candidates. So he knew if that was a mistake, it would also affect the updated results of. So he did not exercise patience and pulled down the projector that had been raised. Wow. So people started attacking him. But person has voted, and other party candidates are agitating. They are pulling down the projector. They are not allowing the results to be projected anymore, because they are assuming that somebody wants to trick them or push their results to some other place. So that is what is happening now. People are agitating. They are chanting war songs. And
very unfortunate, Kukwa. So in all of this, where is the police?
Pardon?
Where is the police? I mean, do we have security presence there too?
They are around. They are around, but it's difficult to control the crowd. If you can hear in the background, you hear them still chanting the war songs. The police are here, but they are trying to calm them. They are standing in front of the people, urging them to keep quiet. But the people are not trying to, throw about fists. They are just shouting. So they are allowing them, I think, to vent their anger. But that is exactly what is happening.
Right. Kukwa Mensah, thanks very much for that update. Ayawaso West Wogon. Kukwa Mensah is at the Collation Center and she is reporting of some skirmishes there with some people unhappy with the projected figures that are coming in, and they have forcefully removed the projectors that are supposed to be beaming the results coming in from there. So, Martin, this is illegal. It's criminal,
Very
actually.
illegal.
So, I do hope that the police will take action and so we get order restored at West Ayawaso West Wogon.
And I like the fact that they've also, lighted the place enough for them to know what's happening. Everybody can see. Okay, so let's go to Skype now, and my colleague Komla Kluche has joined us via Skype. Komla, good morning to you. Where exactly are you, and what can you tell us?
Martin, good morning to you. I'm at the headquarters of the National Democratic Congress here in Adabraka in the Klote constituency. Martin, what I can say is that the place is very good.
Hello, Komla. Hello, Komla.
Alhaji Sinari, the other big wigs of the party walking and out of the building. And it tells you that they're leaving nothing to chance. They've been very tight-lipped on some of the results that have been coming in now. A while ago, we know the statement the party released signed by the campaign team of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Sorry, too bad. Okay, the light just went off, but it just came back again. Now, they've been very tight-lipped on this thing. A while ago, I was speaking with Officer before, and he tells me that, look, some of these results that have come are deliberate attempts, for instance, from some of the media houses to put the NPP leads. They are not looking at polling stations, but they're looking at the entire constituency. They are not giving any figures as to how or what their candidate John Dramani Mahama is leading with. They are saying that they are very confident from the figures they have, what they're tabulating, together with what they're getting from the strong room of the Electoral Commission. It gives them a strong lead, and that people should remain calm within the premises. And then on the street of their headquarters, there's no activity. Some journalists are outside. They have been waiting. Early on, we did reports that they said they were going to hold a press conference. That didn't come, or that didn't happen. Nobody said anything about it again, but we're still waiting for that press conference, so to speak. So the atmosphere here is that very, very calm. I'm just going to turn the camera for you to just see how the whole place is. You can see this are screening the cars upstairs there. You see they are working. They have their own strong room that they are working at, working the result out and all that. So not much activity is happening here. Martin is here with that.
Thank you very much, Komla Kluche. We will certainly come to you again as the minutes take away, and certainly we wait for the Electoral Commission to give us those verified results. But thank you very much, Komla Kluche. He is our man currently at the headquarters of the National Democratic Congress, and said that the executives of the party who have come in there currently are tight-lipped and do not want to give away
expected.
much. Yeah.
Nobody wants to take chances. This is still your election command center. We're crossing over to the Nerve Center, the command center itself. Pakwesi Asare is standing by to take over from us. Pakwesi.
All right, thank you very much, Steve and Martin, for those updates. Welcome back to the Election Command Center. My guests are Fred Ejakodro. He's a governance analyst. Dr. Justice Baule is a political scientist. And Edgar Wedu, also an insurer. I said we're going to talk about the impact of the silent majority, but we just can't ignore the figures that's coming in from the various constituencies and coalition centers at the moment. We know also that the National Democratic Congress has released a press statement responding to allegations on social media. We said, you know, there's a lot of excitement being generated on social media already with people churning out their own figures. Edgar, I can't help but to ask you, per the figures we saw there, John Mahama in the Upper East, Upper West, and the Northern region appears to be taking a commanding lead, albeit you could also see the MPP making some strides.
Of course, you know, it has been said that the introduction, or should we say the vociferous nature of Bawumia in the MPP frontline has actually brought some kind of, should I say, some exposure, okay? And to that extent, is making him gain some serious clout within the northern regions. Okay, that is the 3 northern regions, right? Some serious clouds over there. The question is that you may not be able to take over, but you're probably going to inch, you know, your figures. And the inching of the figures, there's a possibility that you can also win some seats.
And perhaps reduce the margins.
Yeah, and reduce the margins in there. Because, and we all know, I mean, Bawumia has been very vocal. He's actually moved the campaign to a certain level. And the name Bawumia is now everywhere. I mean, you could even see the level at which people are trying to, as it were. I recall that at a point in time, I think the NDC, that was just after the NDC's primaries, when President Mahama was endorsed to go for the second term. You realize that there were some people from the NDC coming out to say that they don't want Mahama to pick Pakwesi Mr. Atta because they thought that he has not been forthcoming or challenging or as trying to meet him boot for boot, because they could see that he has been sitting down quietly, and then Bawumia is doing all this sort of things. Then he also came to say, do you know the sort of the backdoor games that I, you know, play with the president? You know the advice I give the president. So it tells you that the Bawumia's impact actually has been felt, right? And to the extent that it has been felt, you see it catapulting in that sort of direction. But of course, the NDC still remains the main body so far as the northern sector is concerned.
Mr. Baule, what do you make of results coming in from the 3 regions of the north?
I think that traditionally the 3 northern regions have been NDC regions, and so you would not be surprised if NDC won all the 3 northern regions. But I will be surprised if it doesn't make a lot of gains there. And part of the reason is attributable to what my friend just talked about, the influence of Bawumia. But also, I suspect that, but for the fact that the current president is from the north, NDC would have been heavily lashed in the 3 northern regions. And it has to do with the kind of policies that they have projected in the last couple of years and the massive failure of those policies.
SADA.
Absolutely. So typically, people would forgive him and be willing to still vote,
make amends,
because, you know, he is one of us. I am from the north, and so sometimes when the discussions are held, it is either you want to go loyal to your own person, or you want to look at the welfare of the people. And those that keep looking at the welfare of the people are the people who are probably voting against the president, because honestly, I think there have been a lot of failure on the part of the NDC in terms of the policies that, if you watched, I was part of the, I somehow helped the NCC in the survey that they did. And if you look at the kind of responses that came from the 3 northern regions, especially in the Upper East region, it was extremely important element for them was agriculture. And so you see that people have issues of jobs and issues of education and all of that. So when a government has been in power for 8 years, and of course the president for 4 years, and people can still put their hands on something, especially in the 3 northern regions where there is huge poverty, not only in terms of incidents, but also the inequality, then you can get the sense that people will actually be angry. And if they have to express that, you will see that they would typically have. So I'm surprised that, I'm not surprised that the MPP is gaining grounds, but I actually think that the NDC should have been shipped a bit more in the 3 northern regions.
Ms. Ojo, predictable?
I like to use the word whip.
Very predictable, but again, at this stage, I'm quite cautious because the figures we're dealing with is not substantial enough. So I'm quite cautious. But there is also another factor concerning the Baumia factor, which is ethnicity. Because if you go to the northern region, there are 3-4 major ethnic groupings. You have the Mampusis, you have the Gonjes, and you have the Dagombes. And now there is also, particularly among the Mampusis, there is this belief that, oh, we've had a Dagomba vice president, former president, Vice President Aliu. We've had a vice president and now a president in
Gonja,
who is a Gonja. So here is Dr. Baumia coming out, and he is a Mampusi. So there is a possibility that people aligned to his ethnic group might also want to push for him that, oh, we also want our man to be there. But then another point about Dr. Baumia is also the fact that I think over the last 3 elections, he's grown in stature in terms of his political communication. At the risk of being attacked by some other people. I think even during the last MPP, the final MPP campaign, he was the star person in terms of his delivery, in terms of, I'm not saying Nana Akufo-Addo didn't do well, but the Baumia we saw in 2008 was somebody who was a bit reticent. He was, he was calm. He wasn't that savvy politically, but he has come in and has reduced the political. He's
and has actually tortured the NDC. He's tortured the NDC a lot.
Up with every now and then.
Mr. Ojo, I'm going to ask you to hold on. Let me get to Mr. Bale. We'll have to come back to you shortly. Mr. Bale, even in the northern region, we clearly see that what's happening is something that we have predicted, pollsters have predicted, but we cannot also overlook what's happening in the western region. And when you look at some of the results coming in from that region, clearly there appears to be a swing, and mind you, these are just provisional results coming in. We cannot independently verify or authenticate these results.
We actually need to be extremely careful with western region because we have 2 blocks of western region. We have the urban coastal western region, and then we have the cocoa forest western region. The cocoa forest western region is endemic NDC. They will vote and block NDC, and there are antecedents to these. For those who have followed the reign of former President Rawlings, the area was completely cut off until Rawlings came into power and opened up the place with roads and what have you. So the people are still there. I worked there as an NGO project manager. I worked in BBNE, I worked in Sevilla also, I worked in Akontombra, I worked in all of those areas. So I know the extent to which the cocoa farmers still hold the NDC dear. So you are going to have 2 separate blocks of the western region. So let's wait until we can get results from that part of western region. And I should say
what the results we're getting in now are from Second D. And when you do a comparative analysis with 2012 results, clearly you can see that there's been a widespread in terms of the margin between the NDC and the NPP.
Sure. So the point that I was making is that the coastal, urban, western region is pro MPP, and so you would not. Don't forget the influence of the former president Mills in central region and in western region, and so you would feel that in 2012, in 2008, and in 2012, you will see the kind of affinity that they had for the NDC. So that reduced sort of the votes that the NPP was able to garner. But this time around, I think that influence has waned. And as a result of that, you will see NPP doing better in the coastal western regions than they would do from the... I'm not too sure whether or not, even in the cocoa western region, whether or not MPP will not do better in terms of numbers, even though they might not be able to win some seats there, but they might still be able to inch up their votes. And of course,
how much of importance will the western region be to the chances of any other political parties?
Well, it's not a question of how much importance. Each political party would want to galvanize as much as he can and wish that he gets everything, right? The question is that you want to understand what is informing the electorates to, as it were, vote in a certain way. Not forgetting the fact that we have been made to understand that the western region, the central region, the greater Accra region, and the Brown Ahafo regions, these are what they call the swing regions, especially to do with the greater Accra and then the central region. Because the western region and the Brown Ahafo, at times you can easily predict the way this is going. What we are seeing here is that there is a certain, let me say, there's a certain twist in terms of the figures that have come out now gives the MPP a certain lead. As to what has informed that lead, we now need to go back to the drawing board and then begin to do some kind of analysis to understand why it is so. But as it stands now, it will be very difficult to say it is because of this reason or that reason. And not forgetting the fact that I said these are swings, okay? But if there's anything to go by, you want to understand that there was a documentary on, that was the sugar factory, Commander Sugar Factory. There was a documentary there. And the indigents, you know, they were all like, look, I mean, you've come to put up this thing here. We thought we were going to get employed, and then at the end of the day, nothing seems to be happening. You know, so it's like they are, I mean, someone says that their spirit has actually just gone down, right? And so at the end of the day, they've seen the thing there, but it means nothing to them. So what are they going to do? So automatically, it gives you a certain picture, right? There was this kind of documentary we saw that. As to whether that thing is translating in votes or not, it is something that you can run speculate. But there will be the need for we to do a proper analysis at the end of the day, when all the figures have come to play, and then we'll begin to zero in as to what went wrong and what's the situation.
We also need to interrogate the rationale behind the NDC's release of this statement. Martin just spoke to Joyce Bar Mukhtari, who's a campaign coordinator of the John Mahama campaign. And I mean, the question on my mind is, so there's a lot of excitement being generated on social media. Each of the political parties are bringing out their own results, tickling themselves and laughing. We know it's the Electoral Commission that has to eventually come out with the certified results to declare who's going to win. Why will the NDC issue a statement at this time, Mr. Odro?
Well, I'm a bit surprised at the statement. I am looking at it in two ways. One is to, you see, it's early days yet. And there are all sorts of information flying around. In fact, I'm getting loads of these social media information, which I'm doubting most of them myself. However, I also think that it was too early for the NDC communication team to issue this statement at this time, because it sounds a bit panicky for me, and I wish they had not issued it. As much as it is meant to galvanize supporters of the NDC, it may also send out information that the party is not too comfortable with the results coming, and they may want to reassure the people that indeed, there's no cause for alarm. So I would have wished the statement had not come, but maybe it is necessary also to assuage the feelings of supporters that, please, don't get worried. We are getting our own figures. Indeed, the parties are also, as we sit here, the parties are also collating. So we are getting our figures. We know we are winning, and some people will do mischief. We want to be law-abiding, so we want to wait for the EC to come up with the certified results before we go ahead.
Edgar, do you see a lot more of these happening? Because in 2008, we saw a lot of these things happening, press conferences, counter press conferences, a lot of allegations. Wouldn't this further heighten the tensions already in the country?
Well, I don't think what is happening now can be, as it were, compared to what happened in 2000.
Well, this is just a start. The NPP may also release a counter statement.
Well, when you meet a connoisseur, so far as politics is concerned, they could probably give you the rationale behind what is going on. But I want to believe that, you see, in a team, or should I say in a body where people are looking up to you, people are looking up to you. If you don't have information, you don't know what is happening underground. So what you are seeing becomes a little bit worrying to you, okay? So you are calling your boss or you're calling your leader, what's going on? I mean, I'm seeing some results here and there. It doesn't, it doesn't look good. What's going on, The leader now has a duty to, as it were, make you feel cool and say, don't you worry, right? What you're seeing is not what it is. Besides, I mean, as for social media, anyone can post anything on social media. So be careful. We also have our own, data that we're building, and it looks good somewhere along the line. So yes, in order to, as it were, look, elections are, elections is another emotional something that, it can really, make or make people. I mean, it's like people can get all kinds of emotional troubles from that. That's losing an election is not an easy thing. So when some of these things are happening and then the players in the game think that, look, there are some information is out there that is not good, it's causing panic and what have you. So in order to avoid or prevent all manner of calls that are coming in and people are asking questions, let me also let them know that, look, things are good on the ground. It's just a question of time, right? Within a question of time, we'll get to see the right picture. So all that you are seeing on social media, figures that are being churned out and what have you, you don't need to really worry. Just take it easy. I think that is the angle at which I see this matter, coming in, which means some kind of pressure is being brought to bear on them because of what is happening publicly.
Dr. Bali, justified?
I think so, but I think that for me, I think it's all right for them to issue a statement. And part of the reason might be, as my colleague said, to kind of calm down their members. I should say that the kind of bombardment we have had on especially WhatsApp, it causes some kind of alarm. And so some it's responsible. I don't think it's irresponsible. I think it's responsible for the NDC to come out and say, stay calm, our supporters. Let's see how these events unfold right to the end. It's not bad yet as the picture is being painted. And that is what leadership is about. Leadership is about getting your hand on, and controlling the people that follow you and are looking up to you and all of that. And like my friend said, if you are getting too many questions, instead of answering maybe 5, 10, 100 phone calls in a minute about the same thing, you might want to put out a statement there that will calm everybody down. And then you can have some time to concentrate. Because at this time, all the parties are making phone calls and tracking to get results from their polling agents across the country and putting the figures into their system to see the extent to which the figures would project or not project their win. And so I think it's okay to have this kind of statement. Whether or not it's panicky, well, it could be, but at this stage, both parties are panicking. It's not just one party. I'm sure MPP is panicking as well. And some of the things you see on the media that says, oh, we have won here, or this has been won here, are also panic reactions. So I think it's to be expected. In the past, it's happened before. We have had press conferences being organized. In fact, at some point, so many of them at short intervals, just to try and keep people to understand that they should keep calm.
See, in 2012, the NDC's candidate, John Mahama, in the Greater Accra region, won in excess of 1.2 million votes. And Nana Addo also had a little over 1 million votes. Some have said that these elections will go down or will be decided on the votes of a silent majority, whether it's majority or minority, that's what people have said. They term the floating voters. Is that an assertion you agree with?
I think so. There are a lot of people who don't make noise. I mean, if you are on Facebook and if you are on WhatsApp and stuff like that, you will see that just a small number of people are the people creating all the chaos around elections. A handful of people go on Facebook and you will see the numbers of people. I spoke to my brother a couple of days before the election. And I was trying to find out how the mood is like in the village. They are in the Pru district, it's in Yeji. Trying to guess. They are going about their normal duties. They don't care about what is happening and all of that. It's time for election, they'll go and vote, and then they go on to their farms and do whatever they want to do. It's the same thing with a lot of people, especially that our politics has become so vindictive that you show your face and you get targeted. Right. So a lot of people feel that, well, why should I show my face? My vote is in my pocket and it's on my thumb. I hold it, and on that day I'll go and cast my vote. And people would express either their support or frustration in the vote that they will cast. And many people will not say. There are people who aren't getting jobs. This morning, I should say, when I was rushing to go out, a young man called me and he put so much pressure on me. I should tell him what to do, because his people in the village are calling him and asking. So he wants to know my view. The policies these people are putting, which one do you think that we should go for? I said, well, I'm sorry. Today I don't belong to any party. I'm not going to be campaigning. Please see whatever you feel. I ask him, you are finished school. Look at yourself, look at your environment, see whether or not you have heard some stories that you think you like or you don't like, and go ahead and make a decision. And I didn't want to do that. So there are a lot of people who are behaving like that. There are people, I gave a young lady a lift. She says, I finished national service, I've tried to get a job, and I can't get a job. My vote is in Ho. I'm not going to go and vote because I don't think that I want to go. So you get a lot of these people who are bottled up, and they are looking for avenues to vent this. And it comes either in the way of deciding that I am not going to go and vote, especially if I don't want to vote for the other party, or I just stay quiet, and if I feel like voting, I'll go and vote where I want to go.
Mr. Ojo, who are the silent minority or majority? How much of an impact will they make in this year's elections?
I think there is I don't want to say elite, but there is a highly educated, maybe middle class group that they may be able to afford their house, transport, few necessities of life. This type of group may not want to be involved in serious politicking, because there is always the problem of being tagged if you say, I belong to this party or to that party. People who may want to carry their independent minds in everything that they do. People who are working in places that they don't want to be taxed, so that next time if they are doing some work, somebody will say, oh, he's jaundiced, he's got this opinion because he belongs to this party or that party or the other. Some of these people belong to that group, but I will not call them a majority. I think they are a small but very significant minority group that you need. I believe strongly that MPP NDC has got their 45% each. But what is needed is that 6-7% to cross the majority that you need to win elections in this country. So I think that group exists, and they are a very important group, and it's time the parties begin to work towards attracting some of these groups into their fold.
Edgar, is that a view you subscribe to?
Well, first of all, I think let's correct this impression of, I don't know where we started hearing this issue of silent majority business and stuff.
Well, I guess we picked it from the US.
But of course, that is totally wrong, because the majority that did vote for Clinton, I mean, that's the popular vote, and you should understand that they have their own system of how they choose whatever it is. So you want to look at the figures. Clinton had more votes than Trump did get. So I'm always surprised to hear that we show a silent majority, like as if there was some. No, that doesn't exist. But you see, there again, we are always confronted, just like my brother was saying, yes, there's a certain percentage. There's a certain percentage that belongs to the NDC and then the NPP. And then there is a small percentage sitting somewhere. And that small percentage are the ones that would make the difference. So the question that we look at is that you want to identify that small percentage. Who are that small percentage? And what is it that informs them in making those kind of decisions? Some people have come to believe that a chunk of that small percentage, right, are normally those who normally turn the 18 years going. Okay? So let's look at it from this side that we are voting today. Okay. So from tomorrow, those who are going to turn 18, come next year, the following year, another 4 years, how many people would have turned 18 years and then beyond? So maybe 18, 19, 20, 21, whatever it is like. How many people would have been within that category? And what is it about those people? What is it that they are seeing? Because to a large extent, they want to believe that as we stand here, any working class man or any adult knows where he's voting. You get it? Knows where he's voting. So it is more to do with the people who are coming in for the first time. Right? So those who are coming in for the first time, what is it that informs their minds? What is it that tickles them? Why do they think that we need to do this or we need to do that? Of course, that calls for the need for some kind of scientific research for we to get data and then be informed. The next thing is this, that if we have also come to identify that there are some areas that we call the swing areas, and they are the ones that decide, then there's a need for we to do some exercises there to also find out what actually goes on there. You get it? So not until we've been able to get data on these sort of things. Yes, of course, we may do some kind of speculations and things, but there is a need for we to begin working out to find out. And that, of course, would even help the political parties, you know, because every political party must have its own bank of knowledge, its own bank of, you know, ideas, its own bank of information that will help them. And then the strategies that they're going to use to win elections, the things that they're going to employ, and then do all that. Because one of the things that we really need to look at is this, that someone says that, you see, from the NDC's point of view, right, they think that, look, I hear them say, look, we've done unprecedented infrastructure
development.
Yes, we've done this, we've done that, we've done this, we've done that. There was some clip I was watching on one of the stations. I think I forgot that. Was it one of the stations, Joy News or something, right? And that was to do with the what is it, the Kaswa interchange, right? And I was like, oh, F is this and that. And I was, but I mean, you know, where I am is this, where is that, and that. So you realize that yes, all these things are in place, but there is something missing somewhere. What is it that is missing somewhere? And these are the things that the political parties themselves need to go back into the thing to start looking at. So in real sense, it is not a majority, but it's a minority, right? It's a minority. The question that arises is who are the people who form that minority? And those are the things that any political party who takes advantage of doing that will help in a lot.
Mr. Barley, you were saying that you do not expect this election to go down to a second round. It means you're expecting history to be made, because since 1992, no sitting government has won another election. Is that so? And gone without a second round?
I'm not sure about the
okay, maybe I didn't frame it well.
Yeah.
That perhaps no government has had 8 years and gone for another.
Right. Okay. Right. So yeah.
So after the 8 years.
Yeah. So 8 years. NDC has gotten 8 years, and so you would get the sense that, and that's the reason why they have struggled to detach the president from the 8 years and stick him to his 4-year term. And I think if they didn't do that, I would have thought that would have been a very lazy way of, you know, because they needed to detach him from President Mills's 8 years, 4 years.
And again, no opposition party has won at the first instance since 2000.
So yes, they all go for the second round.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So if you expect these elections to go to the first round, then however it goes, you're expecting history to be made.
Yeah, history will be made, but you want to look at the candidates that are involved, right? Nana Akufo-Addo has been on the treadmill for a while, and so you would hope that, and as I said, for each party that wins a second term, their vote margins have reduced. Now, if you Akufo-Addo and you see that candidates that go for a second, third term, if you check President Kufuor, anytime he went, he increased his vote margins. So if unfortunately Akufo-Addo, the first time it was 49 and he didn't get, but the following year he got 47. So that was a reduction. So, but if he can up his game, which will be consistent to the way Kufuor performed, in other words, he kept increasing until he won, then you are anticipating that he's going to win because then he will be able to increase his vote. But don't forget that NDC knew all of this and actually worked so hard to make sure they are able to diffuse this. And that is why they try, one of the reasons why they try to detach the president from the 8 years and restrict him to 4 years and say this is his first 4 years and now we should give him another 4 years. And I thought that was a smart way of marketing the president. So let's see how it goes. I'm not too sure that this is a very clear path yet. But as we continue to get more results from your reporters across the country, we might be able to see by the time we are off here.
Edgar, if history is anything to go by, any party that has won the elections has had to win the Greater Accra region and has had to win the Central region. Is that a phenomenon you expect to continue this year?
Oh, well, you see, basically what is up, I don't think the regional basis matter so much, right? It is a question of numbers, and it's where you get the numbers, because if you look at Akufo-Addo's time in 2008, you're right?
He was hanging on with 2 regions?
Yes, and then he needed just some small.
And in that year, if you saw, in that year, if you saw the reduction in the voter turnout in Ashanti region. So if Ashanti region had done 85% that they usually do, Akufo-Addo would have done it in round 1.
He would have gone in the round
with just those 2 regions.
Yes,
with the Eastern and the Ashanti region.
He would have done it in round 1.
So you see, some of these things, that's what I'm saying, that we don't really have any. It's just some speculative analysis.
I know our system is by popular majority, but will that have been representative of the views of the people?
That is
as
why
you had one with 2 regions.
That is why you have the electoral college system in the US, because they see it as that is more representative, because California alone is enough to make them a president.
Right.
You see, that's the thing. And then here's the situation that we are talking about. Is the popular. Does it? Do you really need to look at it from the regional basis or the block basis or the ethnic basis or what? No, not necessarily so. You're trying to say that you must get a certain percentage. So regardless of where it is coming from, you get it. You see. But as I said, that yes, maybe we've seen some kind of trend because it's happened here, But what happened in 2008 is enough to tell us that you don't necessarily need to get it from here, get it here from, get it here. You can get it from one particular area and then you come.
Again, Mr. Ojo, permit me to go back to some of the polling station results that have been coming in. Some of the polling station results I have seen personally, and specifically with regards to the universities, the colleges of education, you'd realize that the NPP appears to be making waves in the universities compared to the NDC. Why is that so?
Well, it comes back to the issue of demographics. Each party does better with certain groupings. Naturally, I mean, by and large, you realize that MPP tend to do very well in educated, upper middle class groupings and in people who have got a lot of, business people and such likes. So it's not surprising that you find university graduates or university students tilting towards the MPP. And again, in this particular election, if you look at the campaign message of the MPP, it has been education, jobs, nursing trainee, teacher trainee allowance. All these things have focused on people who are about to leave the training institutions like the education and the rest, and people who have already finished and are looking for jobs. So I think I am not surprised that they may be doing very well in these areas. So that is one thing that we cannot discount. Then there's another point I want to quickly chip in concerning the fact that the possibility of the winner going for us not having a runoff. One key thing is also to do with the poor performance of all the other candidates except the MPP and the NDC candidates. That is also accounting for the likelihood of getting one touch, as we say in Ghana, one touch victory for whoever would emerge the winner.
Can I just give you regional population, voter population,
right?
And why, for example, somebody can win with two regions.
Currently, I think Ketu South has the largest in terms of constituency base.
That's constituency,
but I'm talking about region.
In
terms of region, Ashanti region has 2.8 million votes.
That's a lot.
Yes. Brown Hafu have 1.4 million. Central region has 1.4 million. Eastern region has 1.6 million. Greater Accra has 3.06. So if you like 3.1 million. Northern region has 1.4. Upper East has 640. Upper West has 415. Volta region has 1.2, and Western region has 1.5. So if you look at it, we have a voter population of 15.7 million. Now, looking at the current rates at which we are anticipating that we might get a turnout for around 75%, thereabout. What it means is that we are likely to be getting anybody who can clock 5 million plus. You are likely to be making inroads. Now, if anybody won heavily in Accra, right, and won heavily in the Ashanti region, you are on your way to winning.
But of course, we know only one party can win heavily in the Ashanti region.
Yes.
So whereas that party could hold on to the Ashanti region and perhaps garner votes from the Greater Accra and Eastern region and possibly win an election, on the reverse, the NDC would have to win a lot more regions to emerge winner of the election.
Yeah, because if you look at Upper West and Upper East, you put them together and just a little over 1 million. So somebody would have won Upper East, Upper West, you add Volta region to it, and you are talking about just about 2 million. Still not up to.
And Ashanti alone can wipe away all these regions.
So those dynamics can create a lot of problems for the parties, and that is why. And you would understand why the NDC has a 1 million vote target in Ashanti region. They want to make inroads there, because if they have to win, they need to be able to reduce MPP's margin in the areas that they have commanding lead. So that would, so whilst they try to glean from all the smaller regions, they have to make inroads in the larger regions to be able
Let's focus a bit more on the Greater Accra region. And I mentioned that Greater Accra is one of the very important regions. Like you said, the population size is quite huge. And even within the Greater Accra region, there are bellwether constituencies, constituencies that obviously when a presidential candidate wins, it's most likely that he emerges the winner of the elections. Edgar, for you, what are the hot spots in Greater Accra you're looking at?
Well, one of the things that I hear that the one who wins is it Lejokuku?
Lejokuku?
Yes, I hear the one who wins.
Yeah, Krowo is one of the bellwether constituencies.
Well, the one who wins there is the one who automatically becomes, president. And as I said, personally, I think all these things are just coincidental, whatever it is. Because
you think so?
Of course, because
well,
you see,
when you look at the history, it goes to suggest so.
It's just coincidence, so far as I'm concerned, because you see, when you are making some of these statements, it must be supported with facts.
It is supported with facts.
What's the fact?
It is supported with
no,
facts.
what's the fact? That's also that the fact that
since 2000, anybody who's won Krowa has
what
eventually met the winner of the elections.
Not, you see, when I talk about, I'm talking about a scientific data, a scientific document. Why it is so? You don't just assume that because you have won. Then some other, don't forget that some also is making the fact that if you win the central region, then you have won. So what are you saying here? Someone says that if you win the central region too, you have won. And it is also so, because we've seen one or two things happening that way. Wrong. But the point is, like you see, there are reasons why people decide to vote a certain way, not forgetting the fact that we have entrenched people. The NDC has its die-hard entrenched people. So has the MPP also got its die-hard entrenched people. And like my brother was trying to say, let's give all of them some 45%. You understand? So now there is that margin. And the question, as we discussed earlier, is what is it that filters into the mind of that margin to divert or turn the tables round? Then in the first place, before you even know what is in their mind, you need to identify that this is the margin. These are the people that we are talking about. That is all speculative. You see, it's speculative. You cannot pinpoint and say this, that, this, that, this, that. I believe the question you asked, maybe doctor could even help us more here about the, he is of course in the university. He should be able to tell us why the university seems to vote towards the how do you call it?
NPP?
Yes, the NPP. Maybe as he is there, so he probably may know some dynamics. Or doc, can you?
I think that it has a historical antecedent. You know the Rawlings regime and its promotion of popular activism, power to the people mantra, and the fact that university students supported him and fell out with him at some point. Right. They got the police to shoot people and beat people and all of that. So it has this kind of antecedent. That's why, for example, you think that. But I think one of the reasons is that you get MPP speaks a lot of English, right? So I think that thing syncs very well with the people in the universities. The NDC likes to pride itself as being a party for the masses, and they play the game to fit that.
The masses.
The MPP wants to project itself as an elitist party, and they try to project that, and they have paid dearly for it, right? They have paid dearly for it, where a lot of people would refer to MPP people as the elite, the
property owning.
Exactly. So I think that is the kind of politicking. It's actually rhetoric, because so you find, for example, that sometimes it's even difficult for people within the universities to own up, to want to support the NDC openly. Why? Because I think the environment is probably hostile towards you owning up and saying that you are. But I don't think it is. I don't think it's a deliberate policy by any institution. These are just individual choices people make and all of that. And so you will find people who are die-hard and NDC people in the universities. For example, Dr. Kwasa White was in the University of Ghana.
Right.
And he spoke a lot on policy issues. He eventually came into politics. He went to contest, even though he didn't win to become the parliamentary candidate. He's playing a key role in the government now. And there are several of those people you can find. So I think that the winning of more votes by the MPP in the universities is probably as a result of some history which a lot of people are following. And he spoke about the changing demographics, or the demographics of people in the universities. They tend to want to listen to rational, thinking and rhetoric, where people talk and make arguments and in the way that fits into the kind of thinking that you do. So perhaps that is the reason.
So what are you particularly looking out for in the Greater Accra region? What are the hot spots for you?
I'm not too sure. I don't think I have data. I don't think I've gathered data enough to be able to speak on anything. But I think
will anything surprise you at all?
If Boniface wins
Medina,
yeah, I'll be surprised.
You will be surprised.
I'll be surprised because you see Boniface for a long time was in the north. He was in Salaga.
Yeah.
And so when he lost the Salaga seat, he moved and he lives in Medina. So he decided to go for that seat, and this is his first shot at it. So if he goes for the first time and wins it, I'll really be surprised. But you see, that would be explained by the fact that Sorogo has had a couple of terms, I think 2 or so. And you know, the tradition,
the usual fatigue.
Yeah, exactly. So people, your face is now too known. So please get out and let someone else come, and all of that. Which other one I won't be surprised if Addison, and we are told he's lost it. That was to be expected.
Of course.
I don't have any.
Picking up information, though unconfirmed, about Namwale also possibly losing his seat.
I'll really be surprised if he loses, because you see he's in the zone that is traditional Ghana,
right?
And he has projected himself as in that regard, trying to get up to the local people to say that look at me, I am one of you, I am like you, and all of that. And so I think that it will be surprising if he loses.
I know, but pretty soon the results will be flying in our faces. So.
I'm actually itching for under
30 Hannah Tete.
Yes,
the results are coming in thick and fast.
Yeah, and, I think we need to know.
Would you be surprised if Under does win that seat?
I don't think so. But for me, it's not. I don't mind whoever wins that seat. But I want to really see how his expertise as a marketing person does the job for him. I want to be able to see what magic he's been able to pull.
Mr. Ojo, what do you think about that?
Well, on the Greater Accra, Ablekuma Central is looking quite interesting. The
What information do you have? Tell us.
Looking interesting for presidential or parliamentary?
Both. Particularly parliamentary. The Krowo and of course Lejokuku, those two Teshi areas. It's looking interesting.
What has been the pattern of votes?
Well, currently these are seats being held by the NDC, and we would. Generally, because we've talked about the need for particularly the NDC to do very well in Greater Accra. And if the MPP is going to make any inroads, Greater Accra region is going to be an important area for the MPP. So it becomes very keen place for contest. Nobody, before this election, nobody would have thought that Medina could be a hot, an area that the contest was going to be very keen, but it's turned out to be. And then another area is the English Amanfro area. That place too is looking quite interesting. But the dynamics, I would be surprised that MPP can win that seat, considering the fact that the former candidate for the MPP crossed carpet to CPP, and the MPP brought in a new person. But reports coming from the area was indicative of the fact that the sitting MP is not too popular with his own executives, so it's not been very good So it makes that place another interesting place to look at.
Do you consider Ododo another interesting place to be?
That would be, that is something I don't expect. I sincerely believe
Nilante will hold on to that seat, right? Edgar, what are your main picks for the Greater Accra region?
Well, in the case of Namwale, I wouldn't be surprised that he would lose, actually.
You have any information?
Yes. And I think in his case, it is not that maybe it's more of a protest vote, right? It's more of a protest vote. And I think some people have not been fair to the president over there. There are some serious problems within the armed forces. There are some serious problems within the armed forces. And he being the commander-in-chief, it's a little bit, what would I say, unfortunate that he's not really aware. And he would, should have taken steps to, as it were, deal with it. So a lot of protest is coming from that particular area, the Burma camp area, all those people there, those people
Airport Hills.
I'm talking about the security service
Okay.
Yes, the security service itself, you know. A lot of, some serious problems are really going on there. And then the rank and file, so, I mean, especially the how do you call it? The army is that the Navy, the Air Force people, they're not really happy with certain things that is going on. But you know the way that institution is, you know, you can't really talk. If you talk, the next thing, probably you get some identification haircut or something. So these are some of the areas, and these are all within the Ladade, Kotopon areas, and then to the extent that I don't know if they had a way of dealing with the special voting. I don't know how they go about it. But probably if it was done separately from the general one, we probably would have seen some of the, you know, difficulties. I mean, it would have probably been exposed over there. You understand? So to that extent, yes. And then, you know, my brother talks about that is a Wutu.
A Wutu Senya.
That is the
Hanatete and Jolanda.
Yes. It's, yes, of course, that would also be an interesting place to watch because it has its own kind of popularity within the system. And George has also been at the forefront for a very long time, you know, fighting, making a lot of inroads here and there. Hannah Tete says that he does not even recognize him, and then, you know,
these are two veritable heavyweights.
Yes, and things are really on the ground there. So it's also going to be an interesting place to really watch and see what's going to, you know, come out from there. Some other areas, I think Kojo Upon Kruma's place, I think it's more of
that's a given, isn't it?
Yes, a safe, you know, something for him.
Is it?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
And per
the
results that we were seeing coming in, I think it's a done deal.
The MPP man who also crossed to PPP.
That certainly shouldn't be much of a difficulty.
I mean, so yes, these are some of the seats that you know, one really, you know.
Are you interested in what happens at Odododiodio?
Odododiodio, well, the problem with Odododiodio is that I may have some kind of funny bias when it comes to Odododiodio, okay? I mean, Nilante has been some kind of, let's say, it's my body, okay, it's my body. So, of course, there's been a long time relationship, even though there are times I tell him plain in the face that, you didn't do well here. And then, you know, at times I tell him straight that, look, you didn't do well here, but he's my body. So to that extent, yes, there's a bias there, and I don't think I can be...
you can do a very objective analysis.
Yes, I can do an objective analysis.
I need to ask this question, though, about... you talked about Clote Korle constituency, where we're beginning to understand that Zanetta may be in the lead.
I just got information that he's won it, and that Sorogo has won Medina.
Oh, Sorogo has won.
That's the information I just got.
As a matter of certainty.
Well, you know, people are hanging around, so it's again still very speculative.
But that was what we saw on the clip, some confusion there about some ballot.
That's what I just got. But I was sure that Zanato will win.
But I was going to talk about Zanato because I mean, shouldn't the MPP be blaming itself for losing that seat?
Well, I honestly, you see, it's like getting the 100% of a mosquito or getting 1% of an elephant, right? I was shocked why they decided to do that. But I guess the sense was that, well, this guy would give in, and the guy stood his guns. And I know that they know that once the guy stood his guns and went independent, they would lose the seat. Two, that seat is such a seat that you don't want to, you want to be able to match the NDC based on the caliber of person they put there. And to be able to match that means that you should put somebody who is also a local person, and let them battle it out. So then you would get clans pitched against each other. And then whoever wins, it becomes a dicey issue. Whoever wins, wins. But when you play it out and leave it out in the hands of the lawyer, I'm sure this. If Akufo-Addo wins, lawyer Addison is certainly going to be guaranteed a position.
Right.
So if I were him, I would have given up that seat. Of course, if he felt cheated, it's his right to make sure. But sometimes you don't fight over some
Well, the
rights.
information I'm getting is that Hannah Tete has lost. That's the information.
He's
I'm
lost.
getting.
You also get information Hannah Tete has lost.
Yes, that's
information an hour ago was that Amadou Sogo was losing. Information we're getting that Amadou Sogo is
So you know these are some of the things.
I think we have to would have to remain in the middle,
please,
and then
let's be
wait
very
for more
careful,
verifiable information from our election command center as well as the electoral commission. So, I mean, Edgar, seriously, shouldn't the NPP be blaming itself for whatever laws that may have, happened at Clotte Corley constituency?
Did you say Anatete won?
No, lost.
Well, somebody says he won.
Okay, you see, now let me tell you something here. The MPP, Nana Akufo-Addo, stood on a political platform and raised the hands of Philip Addison that this is the
anointed man.
The anointed one, or whatever you want to call it. And I think even in the process of trying to introduce Philip Addison, he stood there and said that somebody has even thrown a stone on him. He said somebody has thrown a stone on him.
No, he was stoned, actually.
Yeah, that's what I said. So that was the time he was there and said somebody has even stoned him. And he talked about the fact that they were not going to encourage this sort of thing.
Blouse
and if my memory serves me right, I recall that there was a program for the NPP where President Kufuor was supposed to have met all the people who wanted to go independent or something like that, to have a chat with them and, But you see, the common sense is this, that, I mean, we've all known that when these things happen, automatically you are going to spoil the boat, right? But I don't know whether it is greed, whatever it is that everybody thinks that I am the all in all.
Because I think, seriously, this matter could easily have been resolved.
Yes, I mean, they could have. But then I don't know why the guy was...
Because even in the NDC, Nyama Shite was also, many thought he was going to go independent. In the final analysis, he pulled out for
of course, Nyama Shite, you should understand certain things. I mean, he's not a small boy. I mean, this is an elderly person, maturity, the party people talk to him and what have you. So he realized that, look, what is the point? I mean, it's the same thing.
He even felt let down by the party.
But, I mean, as I'm saying, maturity, you look at it and say, well, for the sake of the party, let it be, okay? But some people too think that, look, for whatever personal reasons, they want to do something here. But there again, one of the funny things, it has also happened in another way around where some people who were really tough and then insisted on going independent became the champions at the end of the day. You go, and I've always asked myself the question that kind of attitude that the people put up, and then they'll say that if you go independent, then it means you are out of the party. You get it? People say that when you go independent, you're out of the party.
Well, did the NDC had the instance to sack some of its members who went independent?
No, yes, but the question that we are saying is that those who go independent, if they win the elections and they go to parliament, you either join this side or that side. Now you say you have dismissed it from the party, but then when I come, you take me back because I'm joining you. So
to add up to the numbers.
To add up the numbers. So where's the logic? A similar thing happened in Bekwai. Which year was it? Was it in 2000? And that's where Joe was Wusu.
Right.
Yes. And then he said he was going independent. They said, fine, whatever it is, like, blah, blah, blah.
And he won.
And he won. You said you have dismissed all the people that are going independent. You've dismissed. Now he's won and then come to parliament. Were you expecting him to go and join the NDC? But then you embrace them. You understand?
Right.
So some of this kind of unnecessary hypocrisy, I think people should, sit down and then do. The most important thing is that you must get people to really talk to others for them to understand why it is so, and for them also to back down, or else, like you say, some of these things, they will happen.
Again, when we talk about some of the figures we're seeing on social media and elsewhere, hearing on the radio with regards to the Bonahafo region, some people are beginning to suggest that it appears to be a tilt towards the opposite. How important is the Bonahafo region to these elections, and why would it have to tilt if indeed it does?
Well, I don't think it's a tilting. Until the last election, the NDC has never won the Bonahafo region.
Mind you, the First Lady is from the Bonahafo region.
Yes, so, but so it's probably the reason why they won it the last time. But this year, there's some very interesting dynamic that hasn't existed before.
The DKM dynamics.
Absolutely. The trouble that thing has caused and the baggage that the NDC is likely to carry. What you see, why? Because all the political parties take advantage of events. And the MPP took advantage of the events that happened and managed to get people psyched up to say that, look, the president and his relatives or whatever, and the government is responsible. And so people are.
That is also because in some quarters it was reported that the First Lady had taken credit for the fantastic job that was being done by DKM with the first setup. Absolutely.
So you take credit, you take the blame. So I think that thing is going to be a major.
Why don't you use the word debit?
Say again.
When you take credit, why don't you use the word debit?
well,
Edgar at his mischief best.
I know. So yes, people, DKM is the game changer. However, again, Bonahafo also has 2 blocks. We have the Bono, proper, and then we have those areas. So if you look at Atebubu, Amantin, Seni. And then you look at Pru. Pru.
Is that where the voting has just been delayed?
Pru, it's German that is delayed.
German, that's in the Bonahafo region.
Pru is Dr. Conrad seat.
Yeah. But German is in the Bonahafo region.
Yeah, German is in the Bonahafo region. German is to the extreme west.
Okay.
Where you cross over, you are in Burkina Faso. Sorry, Côte d'Ivoire. Yeah. So that portion. Atebubu, Amantin, Pru, East West, and then you have Seni, are all mainstream NDC.
So if I understand you, the Bonahafo region has traditionally voted for the NPP.
Yeah, absolutely.
But for the 2012 election.
Yes, for the 2012 election.
Okay.
So what it means is that this year, and the margin was not huge, it's just a huge margin. So if DKM spoils the cake or the party for NDC, it means that the MPP is likely to take back the Bonahafo region.
Mr. Joe, do you agree with that?
Oh, I do. And mind you, there's also this Sanja-Nanja problem.
Yeah. So in Atebubu.
Atebubu, Amantin area. So that's also another festering problem there. The DKM problem is also a very serious thing. And that President Mahama was able to sway the Bonahafo region partly because of...
I'm afraid I've got to cut in here, and as I predicted, it's a season of press conferences and counter press conferences. We've got to cross over now to the news hub and understand the NPP is holding a press conference. We're going to pick it live. Over to you, gentlemen. Martin, Steve, if you're in the studio, take it over.
All right, thank you very much, Apako Siasari. We'll go straight to the headquarters of the New Patriotic Party. The flag bearer himself is there. Let's go live to hear what they have to say. And Peter McMenu, he is actually the lead of the NPP, especially on IPAC issues. He represents the party at the Electoral Commission and former party executive and also the campaign manager for this year's election for the New Patriotic Party. So they are addressing the media. We're going straight there to hear exactly what it is that he has been saying. Yes, and these are live pictures from the headquarters of the New Patriotic Party. And the man in your shot is Peter McMenu, former executive of the party, and now was appointed as the campaign manager of Nana Akufo-Addo's campaign for the 2016 elections. And we are working the lines to ensure that we get clear sound for you at home to also hear them.
Out of the 29,882, with that figure posted in various polling stations around the country, which we are currently holding the has obtained 4,676,990 votes, representing 54.91%. And President John Dramani Mahama has obtained 3,694,724, representing 43.88%. And the rest of the other contestants have gotten 1.71%. This is the results obtained from the polling stations, the 23,225 polling stations across the country, where we have gotten access, direct access to the pink sheets. And we are reporting from the results reported on the pink sheets and signed by polling agents and presiding officers and representing the electoral commission at various destinations throughout the country. Let me repeat the figures. Nana Addo Akufo-Addo has 4,676,998, and that represents 54.91%. President John Mahama has 3,694,724, representing 43.38%, and the rest of the other presidential candidates are 145,447, representing 1.71. So if you look at the entire polling stations in the country, 80% have reported their results, and we are confident that the remaining 20% cannot overturn those out of 2,650 polling stations, we have pink sheets of 1,987. Ashanti, we have 4,884 polling stations with only 471 outstanding. Bro Ahafo, we have 2,554 polling stations with 438 outstanding. So the remaining 6,000 outstanding is made up of these figures I have put. From the polling stations is that this is where the results declared at the polling stations collated together on our own barrel is the election tool. We think it's about time that we call on our opponents to concede
You're still watching the live feed from the party headquarters, the New Patriotic Party's headquarters, and Peter McMahon has just finished addressing the media, and on your screens journalists still trying to get a few answers from him, trying to push a few questions to him to get answers. When we do get exactly what he is saying, we'll certainly let you know. But
we can see that.
Yeah.
I think those who are attending the results in the but bear in mind that for the first time in the history of this country, elections are posted at the polling station, and they are signed by the presiding officer representing the electoral region, and that result is final.
All right, so that press conference, very brief, straight to the point, but with a powerful punchline, which is that the National Democratic Congress and the leadership of the party in the person of John Dramani Mahama should concede. And the words that Peter McMahon used was that, quote, "We are calling on the NDC, our opponents, to concede," unquote, and saying that it is because of the figures they have. Let us try to talk about some of the issues that he raised at the press conference. Key amongst them was the fact that of the 29,000 and over polling stations,
they have about 23,000.
Yes, they have results from 23,000. That is more than 50% of the total votes cast.
That's
what
they
polling
claim.
Stations. Yeah, that's what they claim.
That's 54.91%.
And still talking about figures, they say that they have, from those 23,225 polling stations, they have collated, and their collations seem to tally with the various collation centers across the country. And the figure they are getting is 4,676,998, which is represented percentage-wise by 54.91%. 54.91%. And it goes further to say that the opposition party is saying that the NDC has secured 3,694,724, which is represented in percentage terms by 43.38%. And the remaining parties managed a 1.75%. And it says that 23,225 is 80% of the total polling stations
that they have collated. And so that means that there is roughly about 6,000 more to come in. And according to Peter McMahon, this is not likely to be able to shift the results in favor of the NDC. Well, we must say that these are claims from the NPP. We're still waiting to get results, certified results coming from the Electoral Commission, so we can verify whether these claims are
justified.
That's right. I mean, and this is the first time really that certified results have not been declared, that an opposition party going into a major election like that is calling on the incumbent administration to concede. I'm very positive that we will get a response pretty shortly. From the NDC.
I think one of the outstanding features for this year's election has been the fact that we've not had the back and forth of press conferences. I remember in 2008 and 2012, I had to run to about 5 press conferences in a period of 1 hour or 2 hours. This person is done, then you hear there's a press conference. But this time around, the NDC has just released a statement, and the NPP has just also gone on to
This is expected to be like that from now till certified results come in. It's very much too early, really. That's why I'm saying that these are claims by the NPP. We don't have 23,000 polling station results. Even if we have, we cannot put them on. So this is your election command center. So Martin, you have some results coming. Walk us through them pretty quickly.
I just want to help us understand some of these figures that the NPP has just put across, because clearly it is not for us to say. We have the figures from the ground, and we would still just want to remind people that they remain provisional until the officials of the Electoral Commission say them. Let's start from the central region, which is also one of the swing regions that we are looking at for you. And for the central region, for instance, this is 2016. These are the figures coming in. Let's go to Efutu, for instance. We have the presidential results certified for the Efutu constituency. And right here, the NDC's presidential candidate, John Dramani Mahama, has 13,653, which is in percentage terms is 36.91%. And Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, 22,146. And that is that is 59.87%. The next would be Papa Kwesi Indom in terms of numbers. He got 1,029, 2.78%. So clearly, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo provisional results for the Efutu constituency seem to be in the lead. Let's compare that to 2012. In 2012, the NDC presidential won, the NDC won by 49.28%, and the NPP got 48.98%.
That's very close. So it means that the Efutu constituency has always been that very marginal. If you look at Indium, Indium did 1.2% then. And so it has made an improved showing.
Comparatively, we cannot say that voter turnout, we do not have the full voter turnout yet.
Of how many people are voting.
Absolutely, and you can also tell how many people joined or were added to the list in the last 4 years, those who have now grown to vote. So going back to the figures of 2016, the NPP seem to have widened the gap. You see,
and these are results we have so far.
Yes, so far, and these are for even just the Efutu constituency. So we'll stay in the central region though, and then go to one other constituency that has come in. That is the Ewutu Senya constituency, and Ewutu Senya is right here. Ewutu Senya West, actually.
So we need to go back and look at Ewutu Senya.
Okay, we'll look at Ewutu Senya for you. Ewutu Senya West constituency. I think that is where we have the results. But before then, let's just go to the Western region, because in the Western region we have some results there that we are pretty sure of. That particular region has the Efia constituency, and for the Efia constituency we are assured of the parliamentary results that have come in so far. And for the parliamentary results there, Michael Otu of the NDC got 11,995, 36.77%, and Joseph Kujo of the New Patriotic Party, 62.28%. And that clearly from the provisional results we have put the NPP in a good position winning there. Compared to 2012, however, the NPP still holds that position. That is Joseph Kujo.
Joseph Kujo won that seat. So
by some 55%.
It does appear that he is leading up to retaining that seat. It also depends on how many more constituencies are yet to come in at the center.
No, but for Efia, these are full.
These are final
results. 79 polling stations out of 79.
Interesting.
These are the results we have.
Interesting. Yeah. So that means that for Efia, the MPP's candidate has retained the seat.
So that is good for the party. So that's for 2016.
In percentage terms, he's done better.
Increased the gap.
Much showing, better showing there this time.
So we would let's go to one other constituency, this time around the Ashanti region. From some reports we are getting, people are saying that the figures so far seem to be coming from the constituencies that favor the New Patriotic Party. So it is not for us to say, but we are hopeful that in the next few hours, the Electoral Commission will be able to come out to tell us exactly all the figures, all the particular constituencies. Here we are looking for the New Edubiase constituency. New Edubiase, where will that be? Where will that be? Let me see.
Need to
go to the next
page.
set. New Edubiase, right there it is. Good. So for New Edubiase results, let's look at presidential. Right there. President John Dramani Mahama, 14,819, which is 49.31%. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, 14,822, 49.32%. That's one.
Very impressive. Not one,
just
0.1%.
Absolutely, you're right. 0.1 percentage point.
So in terms of votes, it's just 3 votes difference.
Yes, that is quite close to call. And yet again, these are provisional. These are provisional results from New Edubiase constituency in the Ashanti region. So that is what we have.
Do we have the parliamentary for New Edubiase? So let's see whether we have them coming. No, we don't have.
Parliamentary is not in yet.
Parliamentary coming in.
We have a crack team at the Election Command Center. They are working on these figures and inputting them. So we'll try to get them to make sense of it for you. And maybe we should try Brekum East. That will be in the Bono region.
And we're told that New Edubiase, it's 100 out of 104 constituencies, meaning polling stations, meaning there are four more to come. If all 4 goes to one side.
Even the NDC doesn't look likely.
Oh no, then that will change the results.
It will change.
Yes, definitely.
4 polling stations.
Yes.
4 polling. Yes. All right. So again, they are still provisional results. So we would want you to be rest assured. We know you have your pens and papers. Get a calculator in addition. It would be of good help. It will come in handy. We are in the Bono region. We are looking for the Brekum East. Brekum East. We have the presidential results for Brekum. That's Brekum West.
Brekum East there. Below is Situfi North. Up there. Situfi North. Under that, we have Brekum East.
Okay, Brekum East.
That one, yes.
Okay, for Brekum East, we have the results for presidential. And there you have it. The NDC's John Dramani Mahama has 7,696, making 30.25%. And the NPP's Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has 17,454, making 68.60%. That is provisional result for Brekum East constituency in the Bono region. Let's compare that to 2012 and see how it turned out. Okay, so Nana Akufo-Addo still won the presidential results for Brekum East in 2012. But look at the margin here. Here he had 57.33% as against NDC's 41.88. And in 2016, look at those figures. Wow. So yeah, it's gone up to 68.
And Bono region has been a hotbed of issues with the DKM, and so these concerns could have shaped the mindset. Yes, exactly. And we'll see how the results pan out when we have the full complement of every polling station.
It doesn't seem to be looking too good for the remaining parties. Let's see how maybe Nana Konadu Ajiman Rawlings performed there. She managed 9 votes.
9 votes, 7
the
votes,
independent
0.
The smaller parties have not pulled their weight at all in this year's elections. But again, these are provisional results. The certified ones, when they do come in, we are pretty sure that we'll be able to get a clearer picture. I mean, as it stands now, we are able to put them into better perspective for you, and we are sure that in the next few minutes we would be able to see where the trends are leaning. But TV3 is just giving you the figures as they are coming in. Certainly the Electoral Commission in the next few minutes will be addressing and letting us know the certified. How come they said word certified and satisfied? Yeah, certified figures in the next few minutes. So you'd want to stay with us. The numbers are coming in thick and fast. Men led by Cyril Dogbe and then Nana Prempe and Steve. They are working hard behind the scenes to ensure that we get all the figures for you. And we would want to say that we are pretty grateful
there was Ewutu Senya West or so
yes,
we're looking for.
Ewutu Senya West was what we were looking for. Ewutu Senya West. Let's see if it is there.
No, we are in the Bono region now,
so we
need to go back to
certainly.
the central region.
Central. All right, before we bring you the Ewutu Senya West, though, let's go to the NPP headquarters.
NPP headquarters, we're told Samuel Oku is there addressing the press. Let's see if we can get, so these are live images coming from there. Let's hear him now.
mantra, the change campaign, was owned by the youth of our country. And I said that it was important that the youth of our country played a critical role in choosing the next president of our country. Because we could harness the strength in our numbers, that's exactly what we've done.
Isn't it too early to declare?
No, but with over 80% of the polling stations results in, we don't expect President Mahama and the NDC to cause any tension in the country. But what we are faced with critically is that based on the results we have, in excess of 80%, in excess of 24,000 polling stations out of 29,000. I mean, it's clear that the people of Ghana, the Ghanaian people, they've taken a firm decision on how they want things to go.
And this means that the MPP will not accept any other results that will not go
unless they have results that are sharply in contrast with what was declared at the polling stations.
That is when the EC comes out with a different.
Well, absolutely. Unless they have results that clearly is seen sharp contrast to what happened at the various polling stations. And I don't expect the Electoral Commission today, I mean, in all honesty, apart from the problems we've had with them in the past, today at least there are timely briefings of events and all. To some of us, I think it was to purge themselves. But as we said, for the MPP, now let me use your medium to urge the youth of the MPP to celebrate in moderation and also to be magnanimous in victory. Because we have a nation to build and we have a nation to contain. There are several problems that have bedeviled our country, issues of unemployment, and I think that the new government of the MPP will have to take its time to help solve some of these problems. So let's not aggravate the situation. In politics, it's a win or a loss, but nobody takes pride in defeat. It takes a very strong, courageous person. So let's not mock people, but instead, let us bring each other closer. Your NDC friend who voted for Mr. Mahama did not err, but instead expressed his opinion through the ballot. So you also did not err when you chose change over continuity. Yes, so I don't expect you see an NDC person attacking NPP person or NPP person attacking NDC. That is primitive. We have a country to govern. We have problems to solve in the country. But I think that in all this, the onus is on Mr. Mahama to also, just as Tanado showed him grace and showed him respect and showed the country grace and called Mr. Mahama after the August 29th Supreme Court decision, we expect President Mahama as well to also call Nanado. He's not asleep, his phone is on, and where he's having problems, he can reach out to any of the close aides, because based on the trend, His Excellency, the President, knows where it is going. Let's not escalate the tension in our country.
Right, so that's Samir Uku there speaking to us there from the MPP headquarters. Let's quickly hit the telephone lines and speak with Chairman of the National Peace Council, Most Reverend Professor Emmanuel Asante. He's joining us on the telephone lines now. Good evening, sir, and thank you very much. It's early morning, the wee hours of the morning, and results are pouring in. We're still waiting for certified results from the Electoral Commission, but we're getting claims and counterclaims from both NDC and MPP. NDC says their results show the president has a comfortable lead and calling on their members to calm down. Now, MPP, on the other hand, is saying that they have results from some 24,000 polling stations, which suggest that their candidate has a lead of up to about 54.91%. In moments like these, I know the Peace Council will be interested in speaking to the nation. So what are you saying about this situation early morning Thursday?
Yeah, I must tell you that what I'm going to say here doesn't come from a discussion that the Peace Council has met. And therefore, I would want your listeners to understand that this is not a firm decision that the Peace Council has, really come up with. But it seems to me that it is premature for any party to claim to call the election. Because as far as I'm concerned, whereas parties have the right to talk about provisional figures, as that's the reason why all of us are at this time of the morning awake. It is only the Electoral Commission that has the mandate, the constitutional mandate, to come up and to declare elections. And even in a situation where at the constituency levels, people have the pink sheet, one would have thought that, the leaders of this nation, and I'm talking about the political leaders of this nation, the two major parties, will be circumspect enough, and especially the NPP, because I'm saying the NPP because they came out to make a categorical statement that the president should concede. I heard it, that they should have been circumspect enough to at least come and say that on the basis of what we have, provisionally, we think we are winning, but we want our members to understand that it is the Electoral Commission alone that has the right to declare elections.